committee meeting, call this council and committee meeting to order. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that the land where we are gathered is the traditional territory, the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to live in our community and add to the richness of life in our community. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, Your Worship.
There is an addendum this evening, and that is with respect to report PDS 25-2023 with voluminous attachments to it, and that is a report that will be dealt with near the end of this evening's council meeting. Because of the size of the agenda, there are no announcements this evening, so we're going to continue on. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Christensen.
Yes, Your Worship, to PDS 21-2023, I live within 120 meters of the property under discussion.
Thank you. Any others? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. PDS 25-2023, the applicant in this case represents me in a land matter as well.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, then we have some upcoming public meetings. We've got the Frenchman's Creek Drain Municipal Drain public meeting on April the 3rd, 2023. The report on that will be available to the public on our internet, on our website on Wednesday, March the 29th, 2023. The public meeting itself will take place at 6 o'clock here in the council chambers. Same evening, we have a public meeting with respect to proposed increase in building permit fees, same time. And also on the same evening, we have a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 3624 Hazel Street. And the information report for that public meeting will also be available on our website on Wednesday, March the 29th, 2023. And then finally, on April the 3rd, we have another public meeting for a proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, 3011 Point Abano Road North. Again, 6 o'clock here in the council chambers, and the information report will be available on Wednesday, March the 29th on our website. We have a number of public meetings this evening under the Planning Act, and those meetings will follow a similar format. Each matter will be called, and then a member of staff will provide background information to members of council based on the information report that relates to the public meeting. The staff member will be subject to questions by members of council. And then after that, the applicant or the agent on behalf of the applicant may address council. Again, members of council can question that individual. Thereafter, I'll ask if there's anyone other than the owner who wishes to speak in support of the application. And following that, if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or address council with respect to any aspects of the application. Once I've done that, because these are hybrid meetings, I will ask Mr. Patton, who's at the computer just beyond Councillor Noyes, whether there's anyone waiting in the digital or virtual waiting room to address council, and if so, they can come forward. And then following that, I will ask the clerk if there's anyone who has provided any comments to council via email since the report was prepared, and she can then make reference to that and provide information for the record. Once that's done, then that public meeting will be declared closed, and then we will move on to the information report before council that deals with that specific matter. Council will then deal with that, and once that's concluded, we will then proceed to the next public meeting. So right now, the first public meeting is the proposed rezoning and plan of condominium with respect to 272 Ridge Road South. And the staff member who's going to be providing us with information on that, I believe, is Mr. Vanderveen. And it is. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, council, members of the public, both in attendance here this evening and who may be attending virtually. Just going to pull up my presentation. So the first public meeting this evening is for the proposed plan of condominium and zoning bylaw amendment for 272 Ridge Road South. The property owners are Patrick McGagan and Wendy McGagan. The agent is Culture Development, Inc. and 503-8257 Ontario, Inc. And the representative there is Craig DeVries. So again, the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information on the proposed plan of condo and zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of this application is to permit development of a plan of condo with 18 block townhouses that will front onto an internal private road. The zoning is proposed to change from residential 1 R1 zone and environmental conservation EC overlay zone to a site-specific residential multiple 1 R1 zone to permit the block townhouse dwellings. The zoning bylaw amendment also proposes to remove the EC overlay zone from the property. Notification of the March 20th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 23, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application in public meeting on February 27, 2023. So this is a timeline of the application to date. So pre-consultation for this application was originally held on June 23, 2022. The application was deemed complete on December 22nd, 2022. A public information open house meeting was held on February 14th, 2023. We're holding the formal or statutory public meeting and information report today, March 20th, 2023. And staff is proposing to bring back a recommendation report likely in April of 2023. So just to speak to Bill 109, the new legislative requirements that came in from the province, this application is subject to a 90-day processing and review timeline. That would be for the zoning bylaw amendment. So the clock starts the date that the application was deemed complete, which was December 22nd, 2022. And we'll stop the day council makes a decision on the application. Today marks day 88 of the 90-day time frame. The subject property is located in the Crescent Park neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the east side of Ridge Road South.
Excuse me, that's Crystal Beach.
Yeah, sorry. My apologies. The site is approximately 0.54 hectares in area. There is currently a single detached dwelling on the property that will be removed if this development is approved. The following summarizes the land use that surround the subject property. To the north, single detached dwellings. To the south, single detached dwellings, vacant residential land in another block condominium development. To the east, vacant residential land and single detached dwellings. To the west, single detached dwellings. Yeah, that did not work out. So this is the proposed draft plan of condominium. So it consists of 3 blocks for a total of 18 block townhouse dwellings in an internal private road that loops around a small parkette and visitor parking. There is 1 access to the site from Ridge Road South. The subject property is currently designated urban residential and environmental conservation in the town's official plan. The subject property is identified as being part of a woodlot over 2 hectares in Schedule C, natural heritage features of the town's official plan. The applicant has provided a natural heritage screening report concluding that there are no natural heritage features on site as defined in the town's official plan or Niagara Region's natural heritage system. Niagara Region have commented that the assessment adequately addresses provincial and regional natural heritage policies. The town's Environmental Advisory Committee, or EAC for short, reviewed the natural heritage report during a meeting on March 8, 2023. The committee had no concerns with the conclusions of the report. The subject property is currently zoned residential 1 R1 zone and environmental conservation EC overlay zone in the town zoning bylaw. The zoning of the property is proposed to change to a site-specific residential multiple 1 R1 zone that addresses several zoning deficiencies on the property. The zoning bylaw amendment, again, proposes to remove the EC overlay zone from the subject lands. So this is the preliminary site plan for the property, and I'll highlight the zoning deficiencies that are proposed as part of the site-specific zoning. Again, it'll be a site-specific RM1 zone that's being proposed. So the first is for reduced minimum lot frontage of 28.33 meters. The RM1 zone normally requires a minimum lot frontage of 50 meters for block townhouse developments. The second is reduced landscaped area to 46%. The RM1 zone normally requires a 50% landscaped area for block townhouses. The third is a reduced planting strip width adjacent to a residential zone to 1.27 meters. The zoning bylaw normally requires a 3-meter planting strip width adjacent to residential zones. And the fourth is reduced width of an ingress-egress access driveway for two-way traffic to 6 meters. The zoning bylaw normally requires a minimum width of 7.5 meters for ingress-egress driveways intended for two-way traffic. This is the landscape plan proposed for the proposed development. And our environmental advisory committee will be providing some feedback to that later on in the process if the application is approved in terms of recommended planting species and things of that nature. These are renderings of the proposed development, or dwellings, I should say. So this would be looking at the dwelling units from the internal private roadways. This is an aerial rendering of the proposed development. Roughly, it would be looking at it from Ridge Road South. And this is a site photo of the property looking eastward into the site from Ridge Road South. And again, the existing dwelling there is proposed to come down if this application is approved. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through Mr. Vanderveen. In regards to the picture, I know it was just a rendering, but you had, it looked like they had they were using the rooftop as a patio type thing. Is that just a rendering, or do we know that that's actually in the plan, or not yet?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, I do think the intent is to utilize the rooftop as an amenity space.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is that you had day 88, and we have 90 days, which gives us 2 days. Are we going to be within that time frame to meet the requirements of Bill 23?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, yeah, this one likely will be going over the 90 days because it's a zoning bylaw amendment and a plan of condominium. So I don't want to get ahead of staff here too much, but we will be bringing forward a recommendation report soon about the Bill 109 requirements and to speak to how we can process these applications so it's easier for us to achieve the 90-day time frame.
Thank you for that. But in regards to that, isn't there some that the developer kind of gets it approved if we're outside the 90 days?
Sorry?
What happens if I'm not sure of all the regulations, but if it's outside the 90 days, does the developer not get some thing? I don't know what to call it because I'm not a planner.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes. I'm not an expert on the new policy either because it's new, but my understanding is after a certain amount of time, 90 days, once Bill 109 kicks in, which I believe is July 1st, so this one was kind of already in process, the town will have to start rebating some of the application fees. And the longer it goes on, the more of the application fee that would have to be refunded.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of council? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Within the report under the stormwater management, it indicates a 200 millimeter sanitary sewer service. And then further on, when you address the concerns of constituents, it addresses a 1,200 millimeters sewer storm size. Do you know whether one was typo in that? And if it was, could you indicate which one it is?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, thanks for pointing that out. I don't have the detailed engineering in front of me, but we could definitely confirm that number for the future recommendation report.
Thank you, I appreciate that. One more, if I may.
Yeah.
Could you tell me who will be responsible for snow removal in this property?
Yes, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Flagg. Councillor, also, another councillor, might have been yourself, and I think Councillor Dubanow pointed that out. So I did reach out to the developer, and the intent is to privately contract snow removal. So there's storm sewers and catch basins on site to collect melt from snow. If snow starts to pile up in the event of a major storm event, for example, they would contract somebody to come in and actually plow and remove the snow from the development.
Any other member of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. One question I have is with respect to the project from pre-consult visits with the municipality to now. Was there a change in terms of size of project and density?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Lewis, I believe it might have changed a little bit, but I don't think there was a substantial change off the top of my head.
And that could be confirmed in the recommendation?
Yeah, staff can also follow up with you as well if you're interested in that.
Okay, and then if I can continue,
You may.
Your Worship, one last question that I have, at least to staff, is with respect to parquet. So the difference between a parquet and a park is what, or is there?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, good question. So it's referred to on the plan as a parquet. It's not a formal town park. In the recommendation, the information report, we did cover that the site is serviced with neighborhood and community parks, as well as a waterfront park not too far away. So it would basically be open space within the development, but it wouldn't be a formal town park.
And if I can continue, do you mind putting the slide up with the site plan, just for those who might not have access to that? The reason I'm bringing this up is I know the Crystal Ridge Center is not far away. Waterfront Park is rather close, but still a decent hike. These townhouses originally, in my mind, were bungalow townhouses similar to the development to the south, which was geared predominantly more to single families, seniors, or retirees. And I'm a bit concerned about the density of the project in terms of the amount of space that it's occupying and there being rather no green space. I look at that parquet in the middle and it shows 5.2 meters, and I just don't want people to think that that is by any means a park. It is a parking lot with some green feature, which is a help from an aesthetics point of view, but it still doesn't, in my opinion, answer the concern about green space or park, which I'll take up with the developer when they make their presentation. But thank you for your report and information contained within it.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Any other councillors? Mr. Vanderveen, I wonder if you could put up the slide that shows the conceptual drawings of these?
Sure. Bear with me, I'm having some keyboard issues here. So this slide or the one with the, yeah.
That's the one. So in terms of the height of the building, my understanding is that the rooftop patios and whatever shielding they may have does not count against the height of the building?
That is correct, yes.
So do you know what the actual height of these buildings will be?
I don't have the number right off the top of my head, but that's probably an answer the developer can answer.
Right. And in terms of the access, you've pointed out that there's going to be one point of access, which is something that we've expressed concerns about in the past. And it's going to be narrower than typical. Instead of 7.5, you indicated the developer's looking for 6 meters.
That's correct. So we did also receive that comment at the information open house. So I reached out to the Fort Erie Fire Department, and they did confirm that the proposed width isn't going to pose any issues from an emergency response perspective. What I will say is most internal roads within a block condo are 6 meters in width. So where this variance is effectively applying to is the section basically from Ridge Road South to where the first dwelling unit begins, which is here. So it's 6 meters, similar to the rest of the development, but normally under the zoning bylaw, this section would be 7.5.
Right, and that's the width that you would typically have back to the 2 blocks at the rear of the property.
Yeah, my interpretation is I believe it would only go up to the first set of dwelling units. Just the way the definitions work, this would basically be an access driveway, and this would be basically a parking aisle, which would be 6 meters standard.
Is there some type of fire hydrant within the internal part of this development?
I don't have that info off the top of my head, but we could definitely confirm that.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. So now I'll ask the proponent of the application or the proponent's agent if they wish to address council.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And are you Mr. DeVries?
Yes, sir. Go full screen. Have the first slide. Thank you. All right, good evening. Through you, Mr. Mayor, my name is Craig DeVries. I'm a partner at Culture Developments, and I am pleased to present this project, the Canadiana Townhouses, on behalf of the owners, Mr. and Mrs. McGagan. We are proposing 18 block townhouse units and seek a zoning bylaw amendment for this vacant land condominium application. The property is located on the east side of Ridge Road South. This is a large parcel, 0.54 hectares or 1 1/3 acre in size. There's currently one 2-story single-family home on the property, and the surrounding land use is either vacant land, low-density residential, or medium-density residential. The property is surrounded on 2 sides, the south and the east, by a wooded road allowance area that provides a nice natural separation between this property and the surrounding parcels. Directly south is another vacant land condominium consisting of 19 units. Some of you on the council may have been a part of the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan, the creation and approval, which took place over the years 2018 to 2021. This property is one of the parcels that was identified for intensification from low density to medium density residential. The site-specific provisions of this secondary plan are shown on the screen and identify a range of housing options desired by the town for infill development. It is our opinion, and through our planning justification report, that townhouse units is the highest and best use of this land, given the presence of other townhouse units in this neighborhood. This secondary plan, since its approval in December 2021, has been appealed by several other land developers, and as a result, is not in effect at this time. However, since the appeal in early 2022, we've been working closely with the planning department at the town to complete this application under the current bylaw that is in effect, with the general intent of the secondary plan kept in mind. The variances that are requested are a result of minor departures needed from the general bylaw. For example, the private road proposed is 6 meters in width, whereas 7.5 meters is requested by the current bylaw that's in place. Both the Ontario Building Code and Fire Code do permit a 6-meter wide access. This is going to be a fire route, so no vehicle parking is going to be permitted on either sides of this road. Parking is centralized in the center of the property. The townhouse development directly to the south also utilizes a 6-meter access road, and it is standard in most municipalities in Niagara now to move towards a narrower access driveway as it maximizes the land use and also maximizes the landscaped area that can be utilized. Now, the lot frontage of this property along Ridge Road is only 28.3 meters in frontage, whereas 50 meters is requested by the zoning bylaw. Now, with the infill developments that are proposed in Niagara, narrow street frontage is a common occurrence, especially with properties that do widen as the depth of the property is realized and the units are laid out internally. And when the Crystal Beach secondary plan was identifying properties, the frontage of this parcel wasn't a concern at that time. Also, the planting strip directly beside that road, the frontage and the road is only 1.27 meters, whereas 3 meters is requested. That is a typo on the presentation there. The compact frontage along Ridge Road does limit the area that we can devote to this planting strip. We are proposing privacy fencing along this strip, along the adjacent property, and plantings are also identified in the landscape plan to maximize the area that can be allocated to the landscape strip and also the landscape area. Where 50% is required, we're at 46% for this proposal. We have proposed a substantial amount of new plantings and are planning those to be presented in the parkhead area, the landscape strip, and all throughout the other green areas on the property. And then it is typical in Niagara. Most municipalities do require 20 to 30% landscape coverage, but we are close to that 50% coverage as well. When it comes to the site layout and landscaping, we wanted it to be functional for the residents and provide a surplus of parking and green space. Our landscape plan does propose 57 new trees to be planted on the site. 97 shrubs will be also planted on the site. Most of those will be surrounding the parkhead area. This is a central landscape feature for the residents to enjoy, and it also features the surplus parking. One accessible parking is included in that 13 unit number. And then the units themselves, they will all be 2,075 square feet. They will have large 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, 2 living areas, and rooftop terraces, as was mentioned before. We did receive several comments from the public. As stated, the landscaped area, 50% is a requirement of this zoning bylaw. That is rather uncommon in the region of Niagara. However, our allocation of usable outdoor space and landscaping does maximize the total area that we do have access to. The frontage onto Ridge Road is a limitation of the site. However, all of our building setbacks are met to the zoning bylaw. And then when the secondary plan did identify this property for intensification, the frontage limitation was not a concern. As stated, many infill developments do have a narrower frontage along the municipal road and then widen out through the development area. Regarding the environmental overlay, from the beginning of our work on this application, there's no present Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority or Niagara Regional environmental mapping for natural heritage features. At the time and currently, the town's environmental overlay does identify a wooded natural heritage feature on the property. However, in 2017, the owners did receive a letter from council ordering the removal of all trees affected by ash borer. That has continued over the years, and it has dramatically reduced the number of trees present. Now, during our development process and the pre-development phases, we have completed a natural heritage screening and a tree inventory and protection plan. And those reports were to the satisfaction of all the agencies, including the town's independent environmental advisory committee. Concerning the design of the development, the proposal is in line with several recent proposals of the style, and we're very proud of what we've put forward. Questions have also been raised about drainage on the property. Our site engineering is in line with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code and the Planning Act, so all stormwater will be contained on site, and it will be discharged into the municipality's stormwater management system running under Ridge Road South that is existing. So there will be no rain runoff to any of the neighboring properties, and it will be a noticeable improvement once the development is complete. And then finally, at the beginning of this development process, we did attempt to acquire the L-shaped parcel to the east and to the south of this property. Our vision for that extra land would be to incorporate it as parkland and potentially one new detached lot fronting onto Ridge Road South. So this parcel, it is a road allowance, originally created as a road allowance. It is owned by a resident at this time privately. An acquisition wasn't possible at that time. However, it has since been suggested by the resident's representative that the land shown the land should now be used as part of this development application, specifically to create back-to-back townhouses that don't have a backyard but are fused together at the rear, and then to create a road allowance, another road that would run from Ridge Road South to Brunswick Avenue. It is our experience by speaking with some of the residents on Brunswick Avenue that another road exiting onto Brunswick would be heavily objected to. And there are also several abutting properties to this L-shaped property that would further complicate any development. So it is our opinion as well that any additional intensification by incorporating this L-shaped parcel, expanding the site, wouldn't be in the best interest for that area. In summary, we hope that our proposal satisfies both the need of the secondary plan to create medium density development, but also addresses the comments raised by the residents to the best of our ability. I thank you for taking the time to listen to our presentation, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeVries. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to you, to Mr. DeVries. Thank you for your presentation. In regards to drainage, are there going to be swales?
There will be some swales, but it will mostly be retaining walls. There are low areas to the southeast of the property. So retaining walls will be utilized to increase the grade to contain all of the stormwater. And that will be centrally directed to the site, and then it will be discharged along Ridge Road South.
I can continue. So where would the retaining walls be?
They're primarily, for the site plan, the larger photo here, behind the silver block of 5 units to the south, and also to the black block of units to the east.
And how far would that retaining wall be from the building itself?
The rear yards are all 6 meters, and it's at the property line.
And how wide would the retaining wall be? How much of the 6 meters would it occupy?
It is less than 1 meter. I could potentially follow up if I can find it here. I would have to follow up with you.
That's okay, thank you. No, I think you've kind of addressed the wooded buffer that you referred to. So you don't own it, and again, you explained that you're not planning on owning it. But if somebody else should buy it, how does that affect the planting strip and your separation from another resident, like from, let's say another developer comes and buys that and wants to develop that?
So our property only fronts along the retaining wall portions. The planting strip would not front onto that other area, that other parcel.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. I want to first start by saying thank you for choosing Crystal Beach to come forward with an application for development. A couple of questions. If you don't mind putting up slide 2, which I believe was the one that showed, yeah, actually the one more. Oh, it was the one with the map and the site plan.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, that one there. One question I had, I'm just looking here. Say, let's use property number 1, which is the first one coming in off of Ridge Road. What is the width of the backyards?
The backyards to the north,
Correct, yeah.
it is all 6 meters.
Okay. And none of these townhouses currently show patios on that property. Are there swales along the back of that portion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a slight grading at that back. I wouldn't necessarily call it a swale, but it is grading towards a catch basin.
Okay, and this is kind of a ongoing question that we have with most developments when they come with townhouses is if you envision on the back of these a 10 by 10 patio, the remaining yard would be a little over a meter in length?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you referring to meters, 10 meters, or 10 feet by 10 feet?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would take about 1/4 of the area.
Okay.
So the dimensions of the backyard are 20 feet by 20 feet.
Perfect. And if I can continue, Your Worship.
So just to be clear, that'd be a little over half, not a quarter. The depth would be halved. The depth would be halved.
Okay. And where I'm going with this is the development to the south, which is townhouse complex that is one-story, predominantly geared to retirees or single families. I'm envisioning you're marketing this proposal to be geared to families?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's our vision for the property. We don't have elevators incorporated into the design right now. We do view a different demographic for these units.
Okay. So I'm going to save comments because I know this portion is for questions, not for comments. One further question that I had was with respect to the tree, I think it was a tree preservation plan. It mentions a number of trees on the trees to be retained. I believe all of the trees that are mentioned in that report are on property that is not part of this development. And I just found that a bit odd that a planning application would come through recommending keeping trees that are not part of the applicant's proposal. And I'm just wondering if you have any comments with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe all the neighboring trees are going to remain in place. It's only the trees that are on the property that will be removed.
Right, so your plan proposes keeping none of the trees on the existing property, but recommending saving the trees that are on neighboring properties.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. A total of, I believe, 32 trees will be removed, and then the planting plan with the landscape site plan shown here shows 57 trees will be planted.
Okay. And the other, if I can continue, Your Worship, just a couple more questions, and that is with respect to the parquet. I'm a bit concerned that a parquet for a development of this size does not address the need for outdoor space, especially for young families. And you've already stated that this application is predominantly geared to families. We have been made aware of information that the landowner who owns the vacant land adjacent to your property is interested in working with you in terms of seeing if there's any use for that property. Are you at all interested in having those discussions at this point or some point between now and when staff would come back with a recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and regarding the parquet itself, the landscape plan we've currently designed does have a paved area, a gazebo, and some benches. So that's the extent of the parkette utilization right now. And then it's has trees and bushes planted on either the west or the east side. Regarding your second question regarding the neighboring property, well, like I mentioned, we did approach the owner 2 years ago regarding incorporating that. At this time, we're always open to discussions, but we'd have to look at what the timelines would look like for the approval of the property right now. As I mentioned earlier, however, we view that property, the best use of the property, as a maintained landscaped area, a landscape park, without a roadway going through it. Potentially, there is space to build one detached home, but that would have to be explored further with the planning staff.
Thank you. And one last question, Your Worship. With respect to the buffer space on the south portion of the roadway in, what size fence would you be envisioning along there? And if you put up the other slide that kind of shows that neighboring property, I think you'll see my reason for inquiring. Oh, I think it was one more. Maybe not. We're getting there. Yes, this one here. What size fence are you envisioning along there, as well as the type of species of plants that you'd be able to plant to mitigate the neighbor to the south?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the fence is 1.8 meters in height, and the planting along that strip particularly is black cedar.
Okay, perfect. Those are my only questions for now, and thank you for answering those and your presentation.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Mr. DeVries, just looking at this, so the shrubs to the south of that fence, those are your shrubs as part of the entranceway, or is that you're conceiving that the neighbor will plant shrubs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe, yes. As shown, the west side of the property, that's all new plantings. Shrubs shown close to the wall of the unit. There will be a public sign here. This is a fire hydrant as well. And then there'll be 2 new trees planted along the frontage.
I think you need to go back to the last photograph. Yes, so to the right, the shrubs that show to the right of that photograph, is that the neighbor's property or is that part of your entranceway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the neighboring property. There won't be any plantings on the south side of that fence there.
Okay. And then you also had one that showed the rooftop patios. And I wonder if you could tell us what the height of these buildings will be.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, the height as defined by maximum height is 8.55 meters, I believe. The total height, including the parapet of that rooftop terrace, is 9.65 meters.
So, okay. That's well within the 12 meters.
Yes, sir.
And then I also, you had a photograph and you showed the L-shaped parcel and you referred to it as a wooded buffer. It's a wooded buffer now, but somebody else owns it. So it could become not a wooded buffer at some point in the future.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It is possible to develop that property at 66 feet wide, 20 meters, I believe. So there is use of the land. However, there is a legal issue with the property, as all of the abutting properties, excluding this, another 6, I believe, do have a legal right-of-way to that property. So it is a complicated issue to get the full permission from all those neighbors to do anything with that.
You also had a slide that showed your parcel, the L-shaped parcel, and a couple of other parcels, I think, in between. Not that one, the other one. The one that you just passed before you get that one there. That's the area that the secondary plan identifies for medium density. And are you suggesting that the vision of the secondary plan is that those parcels should be or could be or ideally would be developed individually?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't comment on the other properties as they're owned by other parties. We can only comment on the properties we have control of at this
I
time.
was talking about the vision.
Yes.
And the vision, I think, is that those parcels would have been developed as a whole.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. At the time, 2 years ago when we started this project, that wasn't a possibility given the circumstances and conversations we had. However, I can tell you the experience working with Crystal Beach and the Fort Erie planning staff has been positive, and perhaps we can come back with a part two. We're just working with what we have at the moment.
What is your, this council has historically been concerned about access to properties where there's only one point of access and egress. And we've heard from the staff about the fire department's comments, but what if that access point gets blocked? It's only 6 meters. What are the plans to deal with an emergency, whether it's a fire, the fire department says they can get in. I don't know about emergency services, whether they could get in. Have you or your client contemplated that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to potentially defer that to the fire chief to see what their opinion would be on the options they would have to remedy any blockage of the entranceway. I would also point out the neighboring parcel directly to the south, it also only has the same access, one access point 6 meters wide, with a roundabout turning apparatus. And our site does have the full approval of the planning, the fire staff at this time.
Well, I won't discuss that point further with you. And with respect to this development, there are some internal sidewalks as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. There is sidewalks around that parkette area.
And in terms of the access point, the 7.5 meters, so you've got a number of variances that you're requesting. The one is the reduction in the frontage by almost half, from 50 meters to 28.33. The landscaped area, which is fairly nominal. The planting strip, which is significant. And then the width of the ingress, egress. If these buildings were smaller, you could have a wider entrance, could you not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the depth of the units right now is 9 meters in depth. That is rather short. I don't think we could combine it, reduce it any further.
What would the approximate square footage be of these units?
They are all 2,075 square feet.
So 1,000 square foot for each floor,
A little bit less,
plus the amenity space upstairs, which you're probably not counting.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So 2,000 square foot units, and you don't believe that they can be reduced in size?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did put a lot of thought into the function of the units, and I would say they are the depth they are for a reason, to have a function of the floor space. And that does have a lot to do with the current climate of real estate right now, where we have been able to incorporate 2 separate living areas, large bedrooms that are functional for families and professionals that would work from home in a hybrid working arrangement, and we want to make it as functional as possible.
Do you have any idea what the price point will be for these units if this development is approved?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't speculate at this time.
Do you have any suspicion that they might conform, or any of them might conform to what is defined as affordable housing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would venture to say that they wouldn't meet that definition.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. DeVries. Councillor Lewis, you had a further question?
Yeah, thank you. And actually, it was your question that got me thinking about this one. With respect to the sidewalks around the parkette, do the plans currently have any way of connecting the parkette, as we call it, to Ridge Road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the sidewalks do not extend through that planting strip to Ridge Road.
Okay. And I'll leave comments for when I get to the staff report on that. And the last question is with respect to parking. I'm assuming with the garages, it's 1 car in, 1 car out, family homes. So I'm going to take the scenario, we have how many visitor parkings at this proposal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have 13 parking spaces.
Okay, so I'm just picturing the Christmas Eve, snowy streets, plowed sidewalks, 1 or 2 visitors per house, for 18 units and no additional parking anywhere in the neighborhood. Do you see that as being problematic?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the parking requirement for Fort Erie for this zone is one parking spot per unit, which is met by the driveway, doesn't consider the garage parking spaces. We have 13 parking spaces in here. We could try to squeeze in more, however, that would take away from the landscaped area, potentially eliminating the parkette. And we think the best use of the land is to have a combination of both of those features.
Thank you, and if I may continue, that is one option, but another option would also be scaling back the project, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the density of the project is well within the minimum and maximum requirements of the zone and the secondary plan, so we try to find the happy medium between all of those pros and cons.
I can appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship. No further questions.
Mr. DeVries, just for clarity, you mentioned one parking space per unit. It's actually 1.5, according to our report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to read that. However, we would meet that as well.
Yeah, you do. And, okay, any other members of council? Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, then, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to, or we'll go to the digital platform as well, anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application other than obviously the owner. There being none, Mr. Patton, could you check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to address council in support of this application?
Not receiving any hands, Your Worship. For a minute.
Sure.
I'm not seeing any, Your Worship.
Thank you. Then I'm going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or who wishes to address council with respect to any aspects of the application. Please raise your hand and you'll be recognized. Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Can I get
Good evening. We need your name and address for the record.
Yeah, just get instructions for USB. Excuse me, it's Jeffrey Aldrich, 3765 Rebstock Road, Crystal Beach. Just put it where it says USB.
Yes, sir. And then I'll pull it off for you.
That's a sensitive mouse. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and fellow residents. I've just come back from a winter vacation. I had to scramble to get ready for this tonight, so I apologize if I haven't got everything organized as well as I would like. So just a context for tonight's presentation. I, as you many know, have been involved with a lot of community talk about development around here, and I think I reflect an attitude in the neighborhood that we are concerned at overdevelopment, that there's too much going on. We're losing the character of Crystal Beach and the Ridgeway areas. So behind my comments tonight is this overarching, I recognize development is going to happen. That is true. I want to see that it is controlled as much as possible and doesn't get out of control. The second context, as I think you probably remember, I'm continually frustrated that every presentation that comes up to council, bylaws are being amended. The previous councillor for our area made a comment once saying, why do we never get to see an application that meets the bylaws? I think the bylaws were put in place for good reasons, and the fact that they get changed or asked to be changed every time, as a resident, is very frustrating for me. I remember at one open house, a lawyer for developer, when we were asking about, well, why so many amendments, more or less scoffed and said, well, we get them all the time. That is an attitude that I do not like to hear. So the amendments. This goes back to my concern about too many amendments. But it is common in a zoning bylaw amendment application to have a few zoning departures. They're all different and must be evaluated on their own merits. Planning staff will include a detailed review of the zoning departures in the future recommendation report. I'd like to make a comment to you, Mr. Mayor and Council, that at a public meeting, I think we should be able to have all the information available to us. What I see time and time again in this is that staff goes and does a review, and once you're at the point where you've got a recommendation, like, oh, well, here's some more information, it is too late for us as the public to respond to that. The official plan, this is one of the things that concerns me. The bylaw says 7.5 meters is a standard road. That was derived for a reason. And when we look at this further on, when I bring up the other pictures, you will see that 6 meters works, but 7.5 meters works better. I think it was you, Councillor Lewis, that commented, what do you do when the roads are blocked? Well, you have better chance with 7.5 meters than you do with 6. So as has already been discussed, there's the 4 amendments that are being addressed tonight. The first one is the minimum lot frontage. They're asking for 28.3 versus 50. Somebody made a comment that we are encountering this. This is what I understand is called a flagpole lot. And when the flagpole is facing the street, you are always going to have a development problem getting that width. In this case, the 28.3 meters that are there, there's going to be a cutback on the planting strip, there's going to be a cutback on the road, and then houses are all going to be jammed in there. I'll make a comment that in terms of the character of Crystal Beach and the development down the road, this looks nothing like the other development we have. The one down the road is very attractive. It's got lots of space, although I've heard the road is 6 meters. There's grass at either side. That's for people to walk in and out. If there was an emergency, it's quite possible that a fire engine could actually use that to go up onto the grass to get into there. In this application, there is no such space. I'll also point out that somebody raised the question of sidewalks. You've got a 6-foot road, you've got a 1.27 planting strip. Where are people going to walk to get out when it's winter? This is just making ingress and egress for pedestrians very, very difficult. If it is not inappropriate of me, Mr. Mayor, I think this whole issue of flagpole lots could be addressed in an amendment to the bylaws saying that in a case where you've got a big chunk of land that you want developed, but you have a narrow opening, that you change the minimum lot frontage and come up with new rules for what can be done on the flagpole. For instance, the one to the south, the flagpole has a good road. It has no buildings on it. It's got land there that people can use as parking space. With all the children that are going into this, probably, as Councillor Lewis points out, that area, if that was turned into a lot more grass area, that would be good for the residents going there. Mr. Mayor, I believe you were asking about the size of the houses and could they be shrunk down? I understand the 9-meter depth is a reasonable constraint, but they could be narrowed down and made wider. And so instead of putting 7 units, 6 or 7 units there, why not 4 or 5? Move them back from the road a bit so they're not dominating the roadway. One of the amendments, 4.6 versus 5, seems trivial. I feel a bit petty even bringing it up, but by the same token, why didn't the developer just give us that extra 0.4 meters? Planting strips, 1.7 meters versus 3. This is another example of cramming units into developments. This is what I started this presentation with. I am concerned at the overdevelopment that is going on here. So in order to get those houses down the side of the flagpole, they're getting rid of planting strips. There's no sidewalk for people. if there's ever a problem on that 6-meter drive. It's just a case of space has disappeared. I've pretty much talked about this already. What do you do if you do have a major snowfall or some other blockage? 7.5 meters with a planting strip of 3 meters is much better in the case of an emergency. I make an observation that the fire department says there are no anticipated issues. Well, what about unanticipated issues? What about something that goes wrong? That has not been spoken to. So as far as the amendments go, I noticed, and I was wondering if other people were going to present tonight, because I noticed there were 2 letters in the information package that also are upset at the number of amendments being made. I respectfully ask Council to deny the application until the developer can work within the confines of existing zoning rules. My recommendation is that rezoning be approved only if the developer agrees to modify and present a plan that does not require exceptions. These are totally consistent with my beliefs. I know you've already heard them before. In the information package, under the developer's introduction, I won't read it all, but housing choice that supports age-in-place opportunities for all ages, compact and affordable development forms. This sounds like they are promoting that their development is going to match these. First of all, these are 3, we'll get into that next, these are 3-story buildings with stairs. Anybody with disabilities today cannot get into them. Aging in place, if people age and then develop problems where they need to have wheelchairs, they are not going to be able to age in place, they're going to have to leave. Somebody already asked the question about, are these affordable? No, they're not affordable. So I start this off seeing it sounds as though this is good for the community, but there's nothing to back that up. This is one that, quite bluntly, just irritates me. They're supposed to have a 2-story limit on buildings here. I don't know if you guys can count, but I count 1, 2, 3 stories. And when you look at the plans to the left of there, the first box over here, that has a garage, it has living space. It is at ground level. They call that basement. And they call that basement so the next 2 floors can be called a 2-floor building. Add to that the patio area on top. This is a 3+ story building height. To call this 2 stories is insulting to me. I don't buy it, I don't like it. Then, when you see this in relationship to the neighborhood, you have these very tall buildings overlooking the existing residential. And once again, nothing like of this fits into the neighborhood of the neighborhood. It is nothing like the bungalow development that has, I think, 19 units to the south. It is very disappointing, going back to my original comment about overdevelopment in this area. If this was developed like the area to the south, fine, that is good development. This, I maintain, is overdevelopment. Just pictures here, once again, this is what's being proposed. This is what's down the road. This is the area down the road, nice and clean, not crammed, not overshadowing the development. As I was listening to this, I will make an observation I hadn't planned on regarding parquet. 18 units aimed at families, what, 30 kids, do you reckon? 30 kids are going to get to play in that area, small backyards, no easy access for them to get out to the street. There's going to be a school bus stopping here. That is a very bad design for families. So, I may have misspoke myself on this. I think this information report doesn't present quite enough information, and I perhaps will retract my suggestion that you should reject it because it's incomplete. I apologize for that. But I go back to what the other people said, only accept this application if the bylaws are met and the character of what we want in our community is met. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge. Any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much for your presentation and some of your suggestions.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop.
So just to inform those of you who don't attend here regularly, we don't usually clap or boo. So if you hear something you don't like, please don't boo. If you hear something you do like, please restrain yourselves. It's not quite church, but we try to maintain decorum. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition or address council with respect to this application? Mr. Patton, could you advise whether there is anyone in the digital waiting room that would like to address council on this?
Your worship, would you mind just asking for them to raise their hands? Just
Yes, if there's someone in the digital waiting room that wishes or is watching and would like to address council on this matter, would you please raise your hand? Depending on what kind of device you have, it could be something in the top right corner, or it could be something in the bottom. Are you seeing anything?
I don't see anything, your worship.
How many people do we have that are tuning in?
We have 5 people.
Okay, okay. Madam Clerk, do you have, I know that we've received 3 late pieces of correspondence that you might want to refer to.
Yes, Your Worship, we did receive 3 between the time the report was posted and 6 p.m. tonight. First one from Bruce Waddell, 283 Prospect Point Road South, opposed. William and Dorothy Cromkamp, 3633 Brunswick Avenue, represented by Sullivan Mahoney, opposed. And Peter and Sherry Logan, 249 Prospect Road South, also opposed.
And I believe that you circulated all of
Yes.
these to members of council.
They've all been circulated and will be attached to the minutes.
Thank you. So, one last call. Is there anyone who wishes to address council on this meeting? If not, then I'm going to declare this particular public meeting closed, and I'm going to ask one of the members of council to move report PDS 21-2023. Councillor Lewis? That is now on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Noyes, Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Again, I'm not familiar with retaining walls and how they're going to help with drainage. So I'm wondering if someone can give us some advice on exactly how a retaining wall, I can envision that it would stop the water from going off the property, but what happens to the water if there's not a swale or something that's directing it to a catch basin?
Mr. Walsh, is that something that I could direct to you?
I'll try. The big theory is milk drains off a flat table. Slowly, but it drains there. You don't need much grade across a grassed piece of property to get the water to go away.
Okay,
Oh, Councillor Noyes.
So
That advance your knowledge of this
That
topic?
doesn't necessarily advance my knowledge, but I can envision that that we're going to be getting calls from the people who it's draining a little bit too slow in regards to, that they're going to have a soppy backyard. And I'm not sure how it would affect the drainage on the opposite side of the retaining wall. Again, I'm not familiar with this. I don't know if we've ever had anything recently that came to us and referred to a retaining wall to be used for drainage purposes. But I would imagine perhaps in the final report, the recommendation report, perhaps more information can be whether that's a recommended solution to drainage or not. And I'm not familiar if this area has a major drainage problem or not. So my next question, if I may,
Yep.
is the driveway being, or the private road being 6 meters, and the majority of that road is lined with houses. I cannot think of one subdivision that I've been in that even when it's the regular width, that there are not cars parked on the road. You have a garage and you have a parking space. I get that. But if anybody parks on that road, it's going to cause a problem if it's only 6 meters. It might even cause a problem if it's 7.5, but the problem would be larger when it's only 6 meters, which is, I think, 19.5 feet, if I'm not mistaken. I looked it up once, if my memory serves me. So I would hope that before anybody moves into any of these houses, there's no parking signs, and I don't know if any markings on the pavement can go on to say no parking, no parking, no parking, no parking, to make sure that no one misunderstands that they can't park there. I know technically they probably can't either because they're within 2.5 meters of a driveway. They're not allowed to park anyway, but this road should have no parking on either side, and it should be really well marked that that's just not allowed at all. And again, I think there's different ways we can do it: pavement markings, signs, etc. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just a few comments about the information report. I think Councillor Noyes raised an excellent point about the parking. With this being an internal roadway within a condominium, I think this would be marked as fire lane anyway. So I think that's going to be very important because that becomes a choke point. And I recall there's a single, like a detached home condominium in Niagara Falls in the south end. So they're freestanding homes, but it's within a condominium and it has the 6-meter road, and both sides are lined with fire lane signs. There's no parking on the road there. I think that's a given. I think that's going to be really important. Councillor Flagg had brought it up earlier, and I had actually emailed Mr. Vanderveen and CC'd planning staff about it as well with regard to the snow removal. That was a concern that a resident had brought up to me, wondering, what would happen, where it would go. I'm sure there's a solution to this, and I'm sure it's something we can include in a recommendation report, whether there's a requirement to truck it off-site if it can't, if it starts taking up parking spaces or something. But I think we need to iron that down in the recommendation report, just so that we know where that stands and what's going to happen. For the most part, I can appreciate the comments that have been made with respect to this, but I'm generally supportive of what they're trying to do by working with the Crystal Beach secondary plan and the density targets. We already have a condominium development to the south, so there's certainly some compatibility there. And just looking at that one as well, at going further south, even going back to the 1990s when these subdivisions and these plans were going in, looking at, I think it's 310 here, just looking, I think it was 8 zoning changes were requested back then. So, if everyone could make every single parcel work, we wouldn't have a job here. There would be no public meetings. The zoning would already be in place. It would go through. You'd never have an opportunity to come and speak. That's why we have these public meetings, is so that when the requests come in, that we have the opportunity to hear that feedback, that we can incorporate it into a recommendation report and find a way to make it work. My personal opinion is, looking at the requests, there's only a few of them. I don't think they're too outrageous. Certainly, I understand individuals may have differences of opinion, especially if it's in their backyard. But as long as we get some of these core issues sorted out, the snow removal, ensuring that we have adequate, parking control in there to ensure that we can get emergency services in and out, I think this is workable, and I look forward to getting the recommendation report and seeing what we come up with based on the feedback and the comments tonight. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Lewis, did you have your hand up?
I did, or I was about to. You knew it was coming.
I knew.
I just have a couple of comments, and I think I'm going to say that I agree with most of the comments made by Councillor Noyes and Councillor Dubanow. One of the things that keeps coming to mind on this application is, certainly I see it as being 3+ stories, no doubt, with the rooftop patio. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I think when we look at it, it is greater than 3 stories. I certainly have some concern with respect to the buffer space being adjacent property that is not part of the application. And as we all know, that the owner of that property has advised that they are willing to work with the developer to see if that is something that they would entertain. I hope that between now and recommendation report that the developer who's here in the room has the opportunity to reach out and communicate with that property owner who they're aware of. I think from a planning perspective, this would be a much better proposal if it had that adjoining property, that L shape going around it, which is marked as 0 on the map. And I have a major concern with respect to a 6-foot road with no sidewalk, with families living in it going out to a major road. Yeah, I think these are all workable. I do thank the developer for coming in and choosing Crystal Beach. I think this is a good start. But I think there's definitely more work that needs to be done on this in order to gain at least my support. And I know from speaking with a number of the residents in the area, at least the ones I've spoken to, there has not been the not in my backyard approach. I thought when this application came forward that that would be what I would be hearing. I think the concerns from the neighborhood are rather focused and rather reasonable. So I do hope that when this does come back, we have an answer from the developer on the option to potentially bring in that existing, let's call it former road allowance property, and see what can be done to address the sidewalk issue. So I will be supporting the recommendation report to come back to us, and we'll see what's in that.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councillor McDermott, I wonder if you could take the chair, just because I want to speak to this. We're in a strange time where we've got a lot of people moving to this community, and we're doing a lot of construction that accommodates people that are moving to this community, and a lot of times the construction doesn't accommodate the people that already live here, which is ironic in the sense that we've spent a lot of time and energy trying to create a community that people will enjoy living in, trying to maintain the natural heritage, trying to create the recreational facilities, trying to make sure that we've got safe streets and that we respond to the needs of the residents. And that's all well and good, but while we're doing that, we're creating the environment where other people want to come here and enjoy what we have. That's all well and good. I think our first and foremost responsibility is to the people who live here. Not necessarily the people who will live here, but the people who live here. And I don't think we're going to turn back the clock. I don't think we're going to reduce the number of people that are wanting to get out of the GTA and are wanting to come to municipalities like ours. But as we're growing, if we lose what it is that we value, then the real question is, why are we growing? What's the sense? And I recently read, I do a lot of reading, but I recently read, I'm reading a book, and it's about Indigenous culture. It talks about Nana Buju, who was hungry and came across some ducks and decided that he would trick these ducks so that he could get food. And what he did is he said that he would sing to the ducks, but they had to keep their eyes closed because he was going to sing to them and they would enjoy it and they could sing and dance along if they wished. As he's singing and as the ducks have their eyes closed, he's picking them off one at a time and throwing them into the fire to cook them. And when he gets to 6, one of the ducks decides to open her eyes to see what's actually going on and realizes what Nana Buju is up to and takes off, and all the other ducks take off. Nana Buju goes after them and neglects those who are in the fire cooking. By the time he comes back, they're all burnt. So the ducks have allowed themselves to be victimized, at least those 6, and they got something that they weren't bargaining for. Nana Buju ends up with no food because he was distracted by the ducks that took off. The moral of the story is sometimes things happen when we're not necessarily paying attention. And by the time we do pay attention, it's too late. That's, to some extent, the risk that we run. And that's why I think we try so hard to address these issues and why we agonize over some of the decisions that we make, because we're trying very hard to make sure that this is a community that we still love and retains the things that we value on the one hand. We understand that there's going to be growth, so we're trying to accommodate that. And yes, these, if an application came forward that didn't need any changes, then there'd be no application. So if we had a subdivision proposal that came forward, and we will have one soon, which it's a subdivision that really relies upon the zoning in the neighborhood. So it will be single-family dwellings that will be in the neighborhood, completely in compliance with the official plan and the zoning bylaw. So there's really no need for us to have a public meeting because the developer has already complied. But there are needs for some changes, and as Councillor Dubanow has said, 4 changes out of a large number of zoning requirements is fairly modest. And the only one that I really take issue with here is, there's 2. The one is the lack of landscaping, but it really all relates to the entranceway. And I find it fascinating that we would be asked to approve a development that is going to be marketed to people with families, and we would have no safe way for children to get from these units to the road to get to the park that's in the neighborhood. I find that particularly interesting and really disappointing, to be perfectly honest with you. So you've got a block of 7 houses along the entranceway, not similar to the condominium development further south. And there is about 62 meters of space between the top of those units and the bottom of those units from west to east or east to west. You could reduce the number of those units. You could reduce the depth by simply widening the units, and you could then have adequate space for a sidewalk along that entranceway, plus the 6 meters. Maybe landscaping, maybe not landscaping, but I would think that the sidewalk is far more important in order to make sure that children, mothers with carriages can get out rather than be walking on the road, which is the only point of access and egress. So I would have difficulties with this development if something can't be done with respect to that entranceway. And if it means fewer units, then I think the developer, the owner, has to contemplate that. Because as it is, 9.6 meter height with the attachments to the patios on the top of these buildings, 9.6 meters doesn't sound like much, except it's over 30 feet. And there's no house in this vicinity that's anywhere close to that. So the fact that there hasn't been a lot of opposition to this, I think, speaks well of the people who live in the neighborhood. And I think it's an indication that this isn't a not in my backyard scenario. This is one where people are legitimately concerned, and I think Mr. Aldridge maybe addresses a lot of the concerns of people, that changes are taking place, and sometimes the changes are appropriate. Sometimes the changes can be accommodated within the area, and sometimes the changes maybe reach a little too far. And I think there may be some aspects of this development that maybe reach a little too far. Chair, those are the comments that I have. I'll support the information report, but I just want to get out there what my misgivings are with respect to the density here as it relates to the entrance. And by the way, it's called a flag lot, not a flagpole lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Any more comments or questions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and I promise to be brief. The mayor made a comment earlier about the vision for the neighborhood plan and that whole parcel of property. I wasn't involved from a council perspective on the secondary neighborhood plan, but was very much involved, as the mayor and Councillor Noyes would recall, 20 years ago on the first neighborhood plan. My understanding on those blocks of property that are being zoned or overlaid as medium density is for that whole property. And I only bring that up because my property in Crystal Beach is one of those properties that has been zoned, and I know that that was one of my questions when coming as a member of the public to take part in the neighborhood plan. So I'm glad you mentioned that, but I just wanted to put in that that was my understanding for those as well, and hopefully the applicant has the opportunity to meet with that property owner, and we'll see what comes from that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Everybody done on this one? All in favor? Carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. So that takes us to our second public meeting, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 525 Lake Avenue. We're going to follow the same process. Anyone who's here who wishes to absent themselves because of the last meeting may do so. And we're going to again hear from Mr. Vanderveen, who's going to provide us with some background information regarding this public meeting. Hello, Mr. Vanderveen.
Hello again, Mayor Redekop and council, members of the public here in attendance and who may be watching us virtually. So the second public meeting this evening is for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 525 Lake Avenue. The owner of that property is Daniel John Reed. The applicant and agent is AJ Clark and Associates, and the representative there is Doug Giles. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the subject property. This application is proposing a rezoning to permit construction of a 3-story semi-detached dwelling on the subject property. The zoning is proposed to change from residential 2B R2B zone to a site-specific residential 3 R3 zone with site-specific provisions to permit a semi-detached dwelling and address zoning deficiencies. Notification of the March 20th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 23, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on February 27, 2023. So again, this is an application timeline for this project. The town staff pre-consulted on it on February 24, 2022. We received an application and deemed it complete on January 18, 2023. We held a public information open house on February 28, 2023. This evening is the statutory public meeting and information report, and staff are hoping to bring back a recommendation report in April of 2023. So again, under Bill 109 timelines for a zoning bylaw amendment, the planned sort of timeline to get a decision from council is 90 days. So for this particular application, today we're on day 61. So the subject property is located in the Crystal Beach neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie near the waterfront. The subject property is approximately 498 square meters in area and is located on the west side of Lake Avenue. The following uses surround the subject property. To the north, a single detached dwelling, a wastewater treatment plant operated by Niagara Region in the South Coast Village development. To the south, a fourplex, single detached dwellings along Lake Avenue, the Crystal Beach Waterfront Park, and the Palmwood condominium development in Lake Erie. To the east, single detached dwellings in a motel. To the west, single detached dwellings and vacant residential land, including a large dune. The subject property is designated urban residential in the town's official plan. This land use designation permits a variety of housing forms, including semi-detached dwellings. This slide illustrates natural heritage features in the vicinity of the subject property. There are no natural heritage features directly on the property. The site is within proximity to an environmental corridor and significant natural area associated with the Lake Erie waterfront. However, this proposal will not have any impacts on those areas. The subject property is currently zoned residential 2B R2B zone in the zoning bylaw. A zoning bylaw amendment is required as the R2B zone does not permit semi-detached dwellings. The zoning is proposed to change to a site-specific residential 3 R3 zone. So this is the site plan for the proposed semi-detached dwelling. So I'm going to go through the zoning departures that are need to be addressed by their zoning application. Again, this would be a site-specific R3 zone. So the first is reduced lot frontage for Lot A. That would be the northern half of the semi-detached dwelling. It's proposing a lot frontage of 9.2 meters. The R3 zone requires a minimum lot frontage of 9.5 meters. I do note that Lot B does meet the minimum frontage requirement. Next is reduced lot area. This would be for both Lot A and Lot B. So Lot A is proposing 241 square meters of area, and Lot B is proposing 257.6 square meters of area. The R3 zone normally requires a minimum lot area of 305 square meters for each half of a semi-detached dwelling parcel. Next is a reduced interior side yard setback of 1.68 meters for Lot A and 1.57 meters for Lot B. The R3 zone requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 3 meters if there are no attached garages or carports, and that is the case of this parcel. Parking is provided in the front. Next is maximum lot coverage. So Lot A is proposing 35.5% lot coverage. Lot B is proposing 33.2% lot coverage. These would be sort of customized regulations. Normally, the R3 zone doesn't permit semi-detached dwellings that are 3 stories in height. So while these would be under the lot coverage requirements for a 2-story, because there is an increase in height proposed, they would be custom regulations. And finally, again, to sort of expand on that, the request is for a 3-story semi-detached dwelling. So they would require a site-specific provision to permit a max height of 3 stories and 9.5 meters. So this is a rendering of the proposed semi-detached dwelling. This would be looking westward from Lake Avenue, directly at the dwelling. This is a rendering of the side of the proposed dwelling in 3D, showing both the front facing and the side facing. And this is a site image of the property. This would be looking west from the property from Lake Avenue. The dune is visible in the back there. There's a 2.5-story fourplex on the south side of the property, and there's I believe a 2-story dwelling on the north side of the property. And this is the streetscape along Lake Avenue. This is looking southeast, so the subject property would be on the right, and this would be looking towards the lake, and you can see the Palmwood condo development there under construction. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Vanderveen. Thank you for your presentation. I just have one question. I'm trying to get a better sense from the site plan here. Are these, with there being no garage on site, are these 1-car driveways, 2-car driveways, double width, tandem length? I can't quite make it out from the from this here how they would fit.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Dubanow, I would say these are single-car driveways. There'd be space for 1 vehicle in front of the dwelling.
Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you to Mr. Vanderveen. Thank you for your presentation. Is there any parking on the road that's in front of this?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, I'd have to check into that. I kind of doubt it. It's pretty narrow there. I can't really see it having, having a lot of potential to park vehicles on the road. There is some parking available along Terrace Lane down by the town's park, but Yeah, Lake Avenue itself is pretty narrow.
Thank you, that's what I thought. In regards to the stories, I see from the report, is that a one story is supposed to be 60, two stories is supposed to be 40% in maximum lot coverage. Now, this is 3-story, and they're only wanting 35.50% lot coverage. What does that do to the, like the greens, like everything's kind of squished together, things like that, not wanting to repeat the duck story, but it seems like there's two very large buildings on a single lot.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, fair point. Obviously, we'll be taking a look at that at the recommendation report. We haven't taken a stance on this development one way or the other yet. This is just the information report stage, so that will be part of our analysis as to whether we think the increase in height is acceptable, sort of vis-a-vis the maximum lot coverage that's being proposed.
And one last question, not knowing the kind of like the land use itself in regards to the sand, is there going to be a basement under this? Is this going to be like a flat foundation, the water table or anything like that?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, I don't believe there is a basement proposed. I'll double check the plans and confirm that in the recommendation report, but I don't think they're proposing a basement there.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other members of council? So Mr. Vanderveen, I see that the request is that there be an R3 zoning from the current R2B zoning. Isn't there any other zoning that might have accommodated this type of development that wouldn't require multiple changes to the zoning that's being requested?
To Mayor Redekop, not necessarily. So the other sort of zone that would have permitted this type of a use is RM1 zone. That would be the zone for like block townhouses, street townhouses, semi-detached dwellings, things of that nature, duplexes. However, if you were to refer to the zoning regulations for the RM1 zone for a semi-detached, it would point you back to the R3 zone regulations. So if this were proposed to be an RM1 zone, all of these zoning departures would still be in play.
Right. And I think you just mentioned that there's going to be one parking space for each unit?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. You were too quick before.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just had one quick question with respect to the layout on this site plan. If the properties were pushed back, I guess that would be going west, so further in, would there be any opportunity for putting 2 parking spots in front of the dwelling? I realize it would be giving up some yard and streetscape, but it might solve a bit of the issue we're facing with, I think what I'm hearing is some concern with respect to it's a rather large property or rather large house with not a lot of parking. And just to provide clarity, there is no parking on that road. So back to the question though, is there any opportunity or has there been any discussion with the developer on additional parking?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Lewis, not to date. Again, this is still fairly early on. That's something we could explore. I think Lot B would probably benefit from that approach. Lot A, I'm not sure if it was shifted back, if there would be a lot of room to be gained for an additional parking space there, but that's something we can look into further.
Or Lot A becomes the unit with a garage?
Correct.
That's another option.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. So then we'll go to the applicant or the agent on behalf of the applicant, if they wish to address council. Is anyone here on behalf of the applicant?
Just as a point of clarification, I believe Doug Giles is attending virtually for questions.
Yes, okay. So, Mr. Patton, do you want to bring him in case he wants to say anything, and he can certainly be made available for members of council?
Bring him in, Niagara Region.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening.
Evening, Mr. Giles. We can't,
Yes, thank you. I can put some of the images up if I can share the screen to talk about them, if that would help.
yeah, that may be difficult. Mr. Patton, can you assist us? So far all we're seeing on our screen is me and part of Councillor Flagg. Yeah, just hold on a second, Mr. Giles. We're going to see if you can,
Yeah, and sorry I don't have a fancy presentation. I was also had short notice on this presentation, not by the fault of anybody there.
right. You may also have to speak up a bit so that we can hear you clearly.
Okay, maybe if what I can just do is get Mr. Van de Veen to put one of the images of the property up, and I can just answer some of the questions that councillors have had and any others that they might have. So, what I can, I'll turn my microphone
Yeah,
up.
okay. So, yeah, we'll just give you a chance to do that. And then maybe what we'll do is just take a 5-minute break. And by then, hopefully, Mr. Patton, you'll have that sorted out. So we'll be back here at 7:46. this meeting back to order. I understand that we now have Mr. Giles online. He was able to sort this all out, and he's got a nice graphic up on the screen. So please proceed, Mr. Giles.
Great, thank you very much. And what I'll do, I'll go over a few of the questions that the councillors have raised. So in terms of the design of this building, it is a semi-detached building. In terms of the height allowances currently for this area are 2.5 stories or 9 meters. This is a 3-story building, but it's a very compact and efficient design. And those 3 stories only represent 9.5 meters. So it's currently 0.5 meters above the allowed 2.5 stories. Mr. Vanderveen showed an image of the building beside it. And that image is very much what was reflected on when they designed this building. They did put a lot of effort into the design of the building. The setbacks, granted, are a bit difficult because of the shape of the property. Because as you can see here, at the front left-hand side, if you're facing into the building, the setback is actually 2.6 meters. And as it moves back to the corner back here, it moves back to 1.7. So in terms of looking at the position of the building on the property, that can be done. If it was one of the challenges that we had is at the back of the property here. If you look at the property beside us, which I don't know if any of these plans cover, but what happens is here we go. So this is the property. If you're facing the property, this is the new building on the left-hand side. You can see what they've done is they put a retaining wall back here. So they only have a portion of the backyard that is actually flat, and then it steps up onto here. What the owner was doing initially was they were looking at bringing that retaining wall, extending it to about half of the backyard here, and have 2 steps. But then so you have one portion of the backyard here that's flat, and then one portion that steps up here. But what they decided they wanted to do is move the retaining wall to the back so they would have more of a usable area back here. One of the things that we could, and I'll cover a few points as I go. So there is no basement proposed for this. So what we could consider is how far back we could move this building into the property, noting that as you move back a bit farther, the setback here from the property will be reduced, and it will also be reduced a little bit on this side just because of the shape of the property. I don't think you would be able to get two tandem parking spaces in the front, but what we might be able to do is if we move the building back slightly, is maybe fit 2 side-by-side parking spaces in the front. However, if you look at the design of the building, what they did do is they really tried to make this more of a, pedestrian-oriented building, because as you can tell, a lot of effort went into the design, and it's not just, they're not just putting up a box. They wanted to really try to create a nice image fronting the street. So if more parking was attempted to be put in the front, you might lose some of that appearance. But we could go back and have a look at it to see what could be done to accommodate extra parking. Now, why they have gone to 3 stories, which again is not much over the 2.5 stories that's required. We're talking about 0.5 meter, is so that they could get this type of articulation on the roof. What they've done up here is they put some covered balconies up here, really to talk about, because taking into account what Crystal Beach is like, this is following in some of the guidelines in the Crystal Beach secondary plan, which talks about eyes on the street. And it talks about, creating that image that you're not just creating flat walls on these buildings that don't have any style to them, where they've really tried to articulate the front of the building and create something that's a bit different. And that translates to down into the front, into the entrance, where it's not just a flat wall with a door opening directly onto the street. If we go down to the landscaping plan too, you can see how they've tried to create a nice landscaping along the front of the property with some trees and some lower scale landscaping leading to the entrance of the building. So that when you see it within that context, you see what they were trying to do. And I think they've achieved quite successfully, is to really create a nice visual appearance at the front, and something that's quite functional. So if we moved the building back a little bit, which we could do, I'm not sure how much of this you're going to lose, but we can see what could be done and see if, maybe 2 parking spaces could be accommodated per unit. But again, I think we might lose some of this detail out at the front. In terms of the design, if you look at this is a profile of the building, and I know these numbers are hard to see, but if you look at the height of the building, this is really where you're getting the extra almost half a meter right up at the top here, and it's for the articulation and to create this style of building. So it's not a 3-story, typical 3-story buildings could be up to 12 meters high. This is by no means that high, and they've actually tried to keep the height down to as close to the requirements as they could. So it's not an overbearing, over-designed building. It's really an efficient and pretty lean design for the building that they were trying to achieve. In terms of, I don't know if there's much more to say. I don't think there's any other questions that councillors have addressed that we can't look at. I don't know if there are any other questions that they might have in relation to the site of design of the building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giles. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Giles? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Mr. Giles. Mr. Giles, what is the footage of each of these townhouses?
I'm sorry. I'll have to get that for you. I can provide that for you. I don't have that offhand.
So you don't know what the footage of these buildings are?
I don't know that offhand. I'm sorry. I can get that for you.
I guess my next question that's related to the footage, is this geared towards a family or seasonal or?
Generally, it's geared towards a family. With the owners of the property were considering what they were going to do with this property, whether they just have it as a single detached building or a semi-detached. They chose semi-detached. I think their plans are generally to live in half of it and rent the other half out.
Councillor Noyes.
That's their plans, and everything can change. But the times that I've talked to them, that seems to be their clear intention.
Okay. Is there a basement?
No, there is not.
There's no basement. I'm very concerned about the one parking space. I know your explanation is that you can't move it further back, but you could if you decrease the size of the buildings. Like if you
I'm not saying we couldn't move it back. I'm saying we could try, and moving it back could probably be done. It will affect as you go farther back because of the shape of the property. It will affect the setback of the building. That's all I was saying. But no, it could be moved back.
I can appreciate that, but again, there's no parking on Lake. on Lakes, I think, is it Lake Avenue, Lake Street? And that road is very narrow, so, and if you're gearing it towards family, where do you expect these people to park?
Yeah, I mean, we are providing one parking space per unit. There are the property beside it, I noticed, is a fourplex. They seem to have managed to fit 4 parking spaces in front, but they don't have, so that would be the same 1 space per unit. I did notice from what I've seen on that property, I haven't seen it completed. I just saw it when it was going up. I don't know if they have the type of landscaping in front of that building at the moment. I haven't seen it completed, or if it looked to me as if they would just be able to fit the 4 parking spaces in front of the property.
Okay.
So, I understand that. The objective here was to put parking in, but really to emphasize to the design and functionality of the building.
Well, again, so you don't consider adequate parking to be a functional requirement?
No, I think in this area, parking on site it is provided here. I said we can look at providing 2 spaces in the front. I haven't discounted that, but when you provide 2 spaces in the front, you're going to lose some of the design features. So I have not discounted that. I've said we can look at doing it. We can look at moving it back. If we move it back, you won't get 2 tandem parkings. I don't think you'd be able to fit 2 cars, one right after another. So probably the best approach is to look at side-by-side parking, which can be done. You're just going to lose some of the articulation of the front of the building.
My last question is this going to basically be planned as a short-term rental or a seasonal home or 12 months out of the year home? Do you know what the hope for is? I know you can't change.
I know things can change, and things do change. But again, the discussion that I've had with the owners is their intention is to live in half, with the other half out. And I don't know if they're thinking of seasonal or annual rent. I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, I didn't get all of that, but I think I got the gist of
I
it.
wonder if you could just repeat that, Mr. Giles. It's very difficult for us to hear. It's
Okay,
just the
sorry.
connection. So we're just wondering what the owner is planning to do. Obviously not
Yes,
occupy both sides.
Yeah, hopefully, if you can hear me, I'll try to speak up a little bit louder. Their intention, in the time I've been working with them, is to live in half of it, live in one of the units, and rent the other one out. I don't know if the intention is short-term rental or annual rental.
Okay, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other members of council? So Mr. Giles, did your client contemplate building something that would be more in line with the R3 zoning requirements?
At the time, with hindsight, what they did at the time, yes. As we know, there's a lot of changes to provincial policy right now. So what they could technically do, and we have discussed this with them, is put a single detached building in here, and with the new changes to the planning policy, they could actually put 1 or 2 units in here as of right. They have decided at this time that they would prefer not to do that.
Well, just so that I'm clear, Mr. Giles, they could do it as of right if they complied with the zoning bylaw. Is that not correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
Which means they'd have to comply with whatever the current zoning is. So,
Correct, but in the provincial regulations, you can put a secondary suite in a building as of right.
yeah,
If you put a single detached residential unit in here, as long as you could provide another parking space for an as-of-right building, you could do that. We have discussed that option with them, and they considered single detached when they started this process. And since things have changed, they still have considered that. This is the route that they seem to want to take at the moment.
Well, I might actually prefer that you do the first and take advantage of Bill 23, because then there'd be a building that at least wouldn't be necessarily overpowering the site, which this seems to be doing. And that's my question. If I were to say to you that it looks like this building actually overpowers the site in terms of its size, in terms of the reduced setbacks, in terms of the massing, what would be your response to that?
Well, again, I would say there's been a lot of thought that has gone into the design of this building. It's not a building that they have just decided to put up for the sake of putting a building up. They've put a lot of thought into the design. I think it's very, with the articulation of the front, with the balconies overlooking the street, I think they've put a lot of thought into the design of it and created actually something that's quite attractive.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the fact that there might have been a lot of thought put into it and it's an attractive building. I think the concern is the number of changes, variances to the zoning that would need to be implemented in order to allow this to be constructed where it is, and that's the concern. Any other members of council? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Giles. We appreciate your comments and your presentation.
Thank you.
That then takes us to anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application other than the applicant. Mr. Patton, can you see if there is anyone that's listening in that would like to address us? If so, they should raise their hand. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or address council regarding the application? Yeah, Mr. Aldridge, sure. It's a public meeting. You're a member of the public. And of course, we need your name and address for the record again. Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge. Any members of council have any questions of Mr. Aldridge? Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to council with respect to this application? Mr. Patton, will you check to see if there's anyone in the virtual waiting room? Please raise your hand if you do wish to speak to council. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, have we received any communications since the publishing of the report on this?
Yes, Your Worship, we did receive one from Len and Mary Ann Prawansky. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. 528 Lake Avenue, also in opposition. And that submission will be attached to the minutes and has been circulated to members of council and staff.
Thank you. If there's no further comment, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and I'm looking for a mover for PDS 22-2025. Councillor Lewis? Well, I saw you first, so your hand is up. You can't, I can only look one way at a time. Yeah. Okay, so that's on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to go back to the point I raised earlier, and I think we had a good discussion about the parking situation. I look at the building, I look at the design, and I understand that, housing design is subjective, and beauty is always in the eye of the beholder. I do find that this is one of the more handsome designs that I've seen, particularly compared to the townhouse proposal we just dealt with. I think this is far more in line with what I like, but I understand that individual preferences are always different. What some person likes, another person doesn't. That's just more of my own comment, and it goes to the concerns I have about parking. I understand when we're dealing with, more medium and higher density requests. You have some visitor spaces, you have, a parking space assigned to the unit. You have some flexibility to move around and kind of, have the flow of the parking. Someone might not need all the spots at one time, another does. So you have that ability to work with that. Something like this being a semi, it's going to be one parking spot. It's always going to be one parking spot. And that, certainly I would never purchase a home that only had one parking spot. I have 2 cars. If I have a visitor come over, then I need an additional space. Again, this is subjective. Each individual's needs are different. But I also recognize that this is going to be it's a very common need. And, I'd feel more comfortable if there was a garage. If you had the one space in front and then a garage, additional space, that would give you 2. I do appreciate the applicant saying that that's something we might be able to work with, either by modifying the building, moving it back. That's my biggest concern with this. I think You know, as this area changes, you know, we've got the Palmwood up the road, the corner of, I think, Ryan and Ridgeway Road. There's also some, you know, more higher density, taller buildings there. I don't think the height is necessarily out of character, but, you know, if you're gonna put a semi on a very narrow road that doesn't have any parking, I mean, I would think, and I'm usually not the councillor who has these concerns, but I look at this, these are two single-family homes attached side by side. I think you really need two spaces. Like, that's just common sense to me. So I hope as we move forward and we get the recommendation report that that's something that can be addressed. You know, I again, subjective, I would hate to see what they're going for architecturally change too much if they shrink it down. I think it's a very handsome building. I think it has that beach look. It's kind of, you know, consistent. I think balconies and open spaces are great to, you know, it encourage, you know, getting outside and enjoying the beautiful weather that we pay for in the winter. You know, as long as we can go ahead and address some of these concerns related to the parking and the overwhelming of the site, I think we have something to work with, and I am looking forward to the recommendation report. I'll be supporting the information report, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Anyone else? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I agree with many of the comments made by Councillor Dubanow. I also believe that anything on this property is going to be an improvement based in terms of what's currently there. And the areas in between Crystal Beach Drive, Terrace Lane, Millington Skyway, and Lake Street is an area where I could see in the future higher density or people wanting to go a little bit higher than maybe even what the neighborhood plan currently calls for. I think the big issue for me is the parking. I think we heard from the developer that they're willing to look at that, so that is great. But I also want to compliment the developer for looking at the aesthetics as hard as they did, because I believe they have followed some of the recommendations that are in the cause study report, which predates the neighborhood plan and is in many ways conforming with the neighborhood. And I'm quite disappointed that the developer from the application before this is not here to see this, because I think that is much more in keeping with the character of the community. So I think the developer hears us. I appreciate his willingness to work with us on this, and I think staff have certainly heard our concerns with respect to parking.
Thank you. Any other members of council? If not, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of receiving the information report? That is carried. That takes us then to the next public meeting, which is with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 316 Ridgeway Road. And Mr. Vanderveen is going to step aside and he's going to allow Samantha Young to provide information to us. Good evening, Ms. Young.
I hope the mic is working.
It
Can
is.
everyone hear me? Great. I'll try my best to speak louder. Okay, so I'm just going to pull up my presentation here and we'll get started. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information and recommendation to Council regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the lands known as 316 Ridgeway Road. The application was submitted by Carolyn Murray and the owner, sorry if I get your last name mispronounced, Kevin Rochelle. The zoning of the subject property is proposed to rezone the property from neighborhood development zone to a site-specific residential 2B zone to permit the operation of a craft winemaking store, in brackets, Crystal Wines, as a commercial use. The special provision is proposed to allow commercial use within the R2B zone and provide relief for the planting strip width. A recommendation is being presented to Council the same evening as the public meeting because there is a low level of public interests and it is in alignment with the intent of local policies. A notification of the March 20, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 23rd, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on the same day. This slide here shows a timeline of the development application timeline. The application was completed on January 30th of this year. A public information open house was held on February 21st, and today is the formal public meeting and recommendation to council, which is shown in red. If the application is approved by council, the next step will be the approval of the amending bylaw and a 20-day appeal period. In accordance with Bill 109, the zoning bylaw amendment is subject to a 90-day processing and review timeline, which starts on the day that the application is deemed complete. As of today, the application is on day 49 out of 90 days. The subject property is located within the Crystal Beach neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie. Looking a little bit closer, the subject property is on the east side of Ridgeway Road and north of Fernwood Lane. The subject property is approximately 785 square meters with 20 meters of lot frontage along Ridgeway Road. The property was occupied by a welding shop, however, it is now vacant. The surrounding this property are, to the north, there is a single detached dwelling. To the south, there is also residential, so it's a triplex dwelling. And then there's also Fernwood Lane there as well. To the east, there is... Oh, I got this backwards. To the east, there is another residential property here. And then to the west there, that's Ridgeway Road, and then more residential dwellings. I also wanted to note that the Queen's Circle is less than 300 meters away from this property to the east side there. West side. The subject property is designated as urban residential on Schedule A of the town's official plan. This designation intends to provide a diverse housing supply and vital community resources that include, but are not limited to, schools, church, parks, and neighborhood commercial uses. The town's official plan aims to achieve strong, livable, and healthy communities while fostering local economic growth and community identity. Crystal Wines, Inc. has been in operation for a couple of decades at 39666 Erie Road within the Crystal Beach neighborhood. However, with the growth of their business, they are looking to relocate to 316 Ridgeway Road that will provide adequate space to accommodate their needs for the craft winemaking business. It will be available for the surrounding community, and as such, this proposal will meet the intent of the official plan there. The subject property is designated low-density residential and also zone site-specific residential 2B in the Crystal Beach secondary plan, which was approved by council in 2021. As the secondary plan is currently under appeal, the related policies are not yet in effect. This is one of the reasons why the applicant has decided to apply for a zoning bylaw amendment to expedite their process to operate their business. Staff wants to note that the policies under the secondary plan have permitted the continued use of the pre-existing welding shop, and it would have allowed limited local convenience uses as their site-specific regulation. As such, the current application for zoning bylaw amendment is in alignment with the secondary plan. As previously mentioned, the subject property is zoned neighborhood development zone in accordance with the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The permitted uses with this zone include the existing use of single detached dwellings and uses accessory thereto. Here is an image of the site plan. In the red circle, it is the requested special provision to recognize the existing planting strip width of 0.9 meters along the east property line there. And then looking at the site plan, there will be 8 parking spaces available. There will be 2 in the front yard and then 6 in the rear yard there. And then they are proposing to increase their landscaping at the front here and then also include a sidewalk leading to the front of their store. In addition to the special provision, the applicant is requesting to add a list of commercial uses. I won't be going through the entire list. However, this list is provided in the recommendation report, and anyone interested can review that there. The chart here also indicates the standard R2B zone requirement and also the proposed regulations on or I should say existing regulations of this property. Staff notes that the proposal meets the listed zoning requirements except for the planting strip width. And staff can support a reduction in the planting strip width as this is an existing situation, and the reduced width will also help accommodate for the required parking spaces and the driveway there. Additionally, there is also an existing fence on the east property line, but this fence is on the neighboring property, but this will help mitigate any privacy impact. And then here are some photos from a site visit. So we can see here, this is the front view of the building. So there will be a proposed sidewalk leading to actually this door right here. And then this is from looking northeast to the property. And then this is standing at the property looking west to Ridgeway Road. And then that's the view of the rear building. So a public information open house was held by town staff and the applicant in the atrium of the town hall on February 21st. No members of the public had attended this meeting and no written concerns were received by staff. Planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application will make efficient use of an existing building that is vacant within an established neighborhood. It will bring a neighborhood commercial use that will serve the surrounding community and build on community identity. And it is consistent with the intent of the Crystal Beach secondary plan and aligns with the vision of the neighborhood there. And that concludes my presentation for today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young. Well done. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. To you, Samantha, thank you for your presentation. I'm just trying to get a general gist of it. Basically, they're repurposing the building for the wine store, right? They're not going to, in the report it talked about other possible uses, but they're not planning on opening other retail stores. It's basically repurposing it for their sole use.
Through your worship to Councillor Noyes, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of council? Thank you very much. I don't know whether the owner wishes to address council or not. May do so. Or anyone on behalf of the owner? No? Okay. We'll give you an opportunity to do that in the event somebody else comes forward. So now I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application other than the owner. Mr. Patton, can you check to see if there's anyone in the virtual waiting room that wishes to speak to council, in which case I would ask them to raise their hand.
I don't see anybody, Your Worship.
How many people are in that room now?
Now there's 3.
Okay, we're down to 3.
Our ratings are going down.
It's getting late. All right, then I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this application. Mr. Aldridge, please come forward. It's a public meeting. A member of the public can address us. Please proceed. And you need to give us your name and address.
Of course. I think I'm getting tired too. Jeffrey Aldridge, 3765 Repstock Road, Crystal Beach. Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and fellow residents. I'm not here to talk about this with respect to my previous concerns about overdevelopment. And in fact, I was not planning on speaking at all about this.
Not mandatory.
But I did go reading through. I'd like Crystal Wines. I'm glad to see you move there. This is not an issue with you. But as I went through it, I was concerned, disappointed that there's not a lot of turnout tonight for these public meetings. And I wasn't around before, so I wasn't able to express any concerns. I'm just curious, when there is no interest, is there any requirement or obligation to reach out to neighbors and say, did you know about this? I suspect if there's no obligation.
Mr. Aldridge, as you know, there is a notification requirement under the Planning Act. We go beyond the Planning Act. We make notice on our website, and we try to make sure that the community is aware of the application. So this isn't a situation where there isn't adequate notification to those who are entitled to under the Planning Act, and the mere fact that you're here is an indication that somehow you received notice that there was something going on.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I do, and I know you know, I understand that. I was only asking, rhetorically perhaps, when there's no interest, do you make an explicit attempt? Only a question.
No, the answer is no, we don't.
Thank you. This is what made me come and want to speak tonight. Like I said, Crystal Wine's moving in there. I have no issue about that.
Mr. Aldridge, you need to address council, not the audience.
I beg your pardon, Your Honor. The applicant is requesting to add convenience retail stores, personal service shops, etc. to the list of permitted uses for this zone. When it was just the Crystal Wine, I said that's absolutely great. But then I see that this is opening up the door for all sorts of other development by rezoning it this way. I don't pretend to understand the implication of this. Maybe this was necessary in order to get Crystal Wines in. If it is, then my comments are probably out of place. But without further discussion, saying that this land is going to be zoned for all of this causes me concern. I also took a quick look at the issue of the landscape barrier, the 0.9 wide planting strip. And skipping ahead, I drove over to that lot today because I kind of scratched my head about what this planting strip was. And that is the back of the yard today. That fence that's being referred to is in a state of major disrepair. And I don't see something in that picture that says to me, well, we're just going to maintain the planting strip that is there. So I question how that has actually been analyzed to determine that a planting strip of 3 meters should not be put back there. The other question I had, listening to the description of what the zoning bylaw requires, it says you need the planting strip on the rear and the inside interior lot lines. This is a question, if somebody answers it, great. If not, it just can be left on. Why is planting strips not required along those two lines as well? I don't see that it's required, but according to my understanding of the definition, it should be there as well. As I said, I really had not planned on talking to this guy until I encountered that one thing about what this zoning means, and I leave that as a question as to whether that is something that has been properly considered just beyond Crystal Wine. Thank you very much, and I will not be speaking to the fourth public meeting tonight, Mr. Mayor.
So, okay, I'm not supposed to clap. Okay, sorry, that was uncalled for.
No, it was absolutely fair, Mr. Mayor.
Before you go, are there any members of council that wish to speak to asking the question, Mr. Aldridge. You appreciate that this was a welding shop, and so this is a completely different use, which is still commercial, and that's what those permitted uses speak to, is commercial uses. Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge.
And good night to you.
Same to you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this matter or speak in opposition? Okay, Mr. Patton, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the virtual waiting room that wishes to address council to raise your hand and be recognized.
There's nobody, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Clerk, have we received any communications with respect to this matter since the information report was published, or recommendation report?
Your Worship, no, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and I'm going to ask for a mover for PDS 23, and that is Councillor Dubanow. Just happen to be looking that way. Just trying to spread the wealth. Okay, that report is on the floor for any questions or comments.
Nope.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm just thinking this is an excellent use for this building. I'm glad to see it being repurposed. I'm glad to see the business staying in Crystal Beach, and so I think it's a win-win all over. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, I think it's not only an excellent repurposing, but it's already demonstrating an increased level of attraction as the owners have been working to adapt the building to the proposed use. Oh, yeah.
Are you a prospective customer? Okay. Existing, yeah.
Unfortunately, wine doesn't agree with me.
Okay, there you go. I'm sure the owners are sorry to hear that. I'm going to call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lewis, you go ahead.
Yeah, and I can still be friends with Councillor Christensen, even though that's her position. I just want to make a couple of comments on this, and that is to certainly thank the owners and the applicant for the 22-plus years that you've been in Crystal Beach and that you've continued to keep your business in Crystal Beach. The other person or group of people that I think I want to make note of is our planning staff, as well as our economic development staff that came very quickly to the situation when this first arrived, because had the neighborhood plan not been under an appeal, the applicant would not be here tonight. So I think that bodes well for the applicant for moving forward with us and working with us on a rather tricky situation, but also planning staff and economic development staff coming together to very quickly see the need to move fast on this application and also make sure that we give proper notice to the neighborhood for the changes. So those are my only comments, and
Great. Okay, any other members of council? Then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation in the report? None opposed, that is carried. So that means we've dealt with that. If you folks wanted to leave now, you may do so. You're free to stick around for the rest of the meeting. You're welcome. Okay, because it then takes us to the next public meeting, the fourth and final public meeting of this evening. And that is the public meeting relative to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 644 Garrison Road. And we're going to follow the usual format. And I see Mr. Vanderveen, you're back for the hat trick.
That's right. Thanks, Mayor Redekop.
Okay, so please proceed.
So good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, members of the public in attendance or participating online or viewing it on YouTube. This is a public meeting for a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 644 Garrison Road. The owner of that property is 2350048 Ontario Limited, and the principal is Ben Koo. The agent on the file is Antec Design and Engineering Group, and the representative there is Candice Michucci. So the purpose of this public meeting is to provide a recommendation, or sorry, information and a staff recommendation regarding the proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 644 Garrison Road. The purpose of this application is to permit development of a 6-story apartment building at the rear of the subject property with a total of 190 dwelling units. 70 of the units are intended for affordable housing. The land use designation of the subject property is proposed to change from commercial to urban residential. The zoning is proposed to change from highway commercial C3 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 RM2 zone. The site-specific zoning will contain provisions to permit a reduced lot area per dwelling unit, reduced number of parking spaces per unit, and a reduced planting strip width where it abuts a residential zone. So just to provide a bit of background, this is an additional public meeting. We had one last year on August 22nd originally for this proposal. So the proposal here was revised in response to comments received from council and the public from that previous public meeting. The most notable of which is access is now being proposed off of Sims Ave. In addition, the building has been shifted west so the eastern entrance off of Garrison Road can be extended northward to provide direct access to the parking area. Notification of the March 20th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 23rd, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on February 27th, 2023. The subject property is located in the Walden neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie, east of Thompson Road and north of Garrison Road. 644 Garrison Road is approximately 2.57 hectares in area and contains 3 recently constructed eating establishments on the south portion of the property along Garrison Road. The development area associated with this application is located on the northern portion of the site. It is currently vacant and grassed. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, single detached dwellings, vacant residential land in Sims Avenue. To the south, Garrison Road, a bingo establishment and vacant commercial land. To the east, commercial uses, an existing single detached dwelling and a former rail corridor with a cell tower. To the west, commercial uses, Thompson Road, and commercial uses on the other side of Thompson. So this is the revised preliminary site plan, and I'm just going to go through some of the kind of major changes, and staff thought it was advisable to hold another public meeting due to the revisions on the plan. So again, this is a proposed configuration for the apartment building. 190 dwelling units are proposed, with 70 of the units intended for affordable housing. So the first notable change is the building was shifted to the west. The second notable change was the western side yard. The parking area and an access driveway there were removed. It's now proposed for landscaped area along with the on-site playground. The eastern side yard, so the parking area and access driveway was shifted in the eastern side yard. So you could see here that cars entering the site from Garrison Road now can travel straight up and access the majority of the parking area without having to traverse the lands to the west. And then related to that as well, an access driveway is now proposed from Sims Avenue. So that would allow people to, again, access the parking area from Sims, utilize the signalized traffic intersection at Thompson Road where it meets Sims. And that would reduce the number of vehicles traversing the property 660 Garrison Road to the west. As we found in the last public meeting, there were some issues there with access rights and lack of easements. So this was a proposal from the applicant to resolve that problem. The subject property is currently designated commercial in the town's official plan. An official plan amendment is required to change the land use designation to urban residential to permit development of the proposed apartment building. There are no natural heritage features impacting the site, and the subject property is not identified as having archaeological potential in the town's official plan. The subject property is currently zoned Highway Commercial C3 zone in the town zoning bylaw. The zoning of the subject property is proposed to change from Highway Commercial C3 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 RM2 zone. The RM2 zone permits residential apartment buildings. So again, this is the proposed site plan, just to speak to some of the zoning departures that will be addressed as part of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. There's a reduced lot area for the amount of dwelling units proposed. That's 79.67 square meters of lot area per dwelling unit. The RM2 zoning requires a minimum of 115 square meters of lot area per dwelling unit normally. And I should note that's a result of just a portion of the property being zoned or proposed to be rezoned. There would be more lot area per dwelling unit if the entire lot area of the site was factored in, but because it will have is proposing split zoning, we have to consider the RM2 zone portion on its own. It's also proposing a reduced amount of parking spaces to 1.25 parking spaces per market unit and 1 parking space per affordable unit. A total of 220 parking spaces are proposed. The town zoning bylaw normally requires 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So for the total number of 190 dwelling units, this would equate to 285 parking spaces. The zoning is also proposing reduced planting strip width where it abuts a residential zone to 2.34 meters. The zoning bylaw normally requires a planting strip width of 3 meters where it abuts a residential zone, and that would be along the access driveway that connects to Sims. So these are renderings of the proposed apartment building. So the first would be looking north at the property, and the bottom image would be looking south towards the proposed apartment building. This is a site photo. This is looking east into the property from 660 Garrison Road. And this is looking north into the proposed development area from 644 Garrison Road. So this is an information recommendation report. So just wanted to point out that it's supportable from a staff perspective, complies with provincial and regional planning policy, and staff believe it provides a good opportunity for rental units, including affordable units. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Do any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much. So ordinarily we would seek to hear from the owner or the agent. Do you know whether the agent is here?
I believe they're both attending.
Virtually. Mr. Patton, could you please see whether either Mr. Kuo or Ms. Mikuchi wish to address council? Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, Ms. Mikuchi.
Really quickly, we've reviewed this with staff, and I know council's heard this before. So instead of doing a presentation as staff has just really covered everything, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions, concerns, and help reduce the time you guys are all there.
That would be fine. Are there any members of council that have any questions of Ms. Mikuchi? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to you, to Ms. Mikuchi. Mrs. Mikuchi, the decrease in the number of parking spaces for affordable housing, and that's the standard, isn't it? Like one, for the affordable units, it's one?
Yes, that is something that the town of Fort Erie has approved, and we worked with staff with, as well as
Yep, that's fine, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes? No. Any other members of council? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mikuchi. That was the extent of the questions. So now I'm going to ask if there's anyone here who wishes to speak in support of the application other than the applicant. Mr. Patton, could you check to see if there's anyone else in the virtual waiting room? that would want to address council? Okay, then I'm going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or address council with respect to the application. Please come forward, sir. And could we have your name and address for the record, sir? Yep. Yeah, hi. Please proceed. It's 7.5 meters according to the plan that's attached as appendix 2. Yep, it is 7.5 meters.
Another question I had is the affordable housing units. I was told that they were only affordable for 10 years. Is that correct?
I don't think that's accurate, but
Like it's not I was told it wasn't permanent. It was only a temporary length of time.
I don't think that's it. But we will ask staff to provide clarification of that when we get to the report.
I would hope that it is, because if it goes back to non-affordable housing, then that parking allowance is going to change from 1 to 1.25, and all of a sudden you're going to have a lot fewer parking spaces available. And I'm just worried about, since you have access onto Sims now from the back parking lot, that people are going to be lining the Sims and 10th Street with parking, because there's not enough parking in the designated parking spots in the apartment building. So that is something I'm kind of curious about myself.
Yep.
And I think this would probably be resolved if they had a 5-story building instead of a 6-story building. That way you wouldn't have to worry about, a shortage of parking spaces, or, maybe you could make the apartments a little bit bigger, that they're not falling into the designated parameter of, what you say was 101 square meters? Anyway, 79 square meters. It had been reduced because of the shift of the building to the west. And I never got an idea of how large the playground area was. I know the building had been shifted, and they've squished this little green belt area in between the west side of the building, but I never got a feeling for how big this was. And earlier when we were talking about, Mayor, when you were talking about reduced green space areas, how you weren't really keen about, all the developments going in right now, where they had amended the bylaws to have reduced green space areas. Well, this is an example of reduced green space area. So, Councilman Anne Marie Noyes, she was saying she's worried about the one-car parking for that property on Lake Avenue. Well, here we have a situation for a lot more units where there's only going to be one park spot per apartment, which is going to be a lot worse of a situation than semi-detached with 2 parking spots. These are just things I like to kind of bring up, because people who want to beat the traffic lights are not going to be going down Sims. They're going to be going down Oaks and down 10th Street. They're doing it right now to get around the traffic light. So if you got an apartment building with 190 units, you're going to have a lot of traffic in an area where there's no sidewalks, there's a lot of children, people taking their dog for a walk, and you're going to have a lot more traffic. I'm just worried about, I'm sure you can handle it, but I just wanted to make sure you recognize that there's going to be a lot more traffic in that little neighborhood. So anyway, those are my concerns. And
Thank you for sharing them, Mr. Buchanan. Before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions of Mr. Buchanan? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this? Please come forward, sir. Hello, and could we have your name and address for the record, sir?
My name is Mike Bosha. I live at 623 Oaks Drive.
Please proceed.
Okay, I have several issues with this. One of them being is the official plan. This was brought up in the last meeting. and I'm going to bring it up again. It was brought up by somebody else, but I'm going to bring it up this time. And it's why we have an official plan. We have an official plan. It makes public aware of the municipality's general land use planning policies, makes sure growth use is coordinated and meets our community needs, helps all members of the community understand how their land may be used now and in the future, helps decide where roads, water mains, sewers, garbages, dumps, parks, and other services will be built, provides framework for establishing municipality zoning bylaws, to set local regulations and standards like the size of lots and height of buildings. Shows council's commitment to the future growth of our community. Town of Fort Erie's official plan. Property at 644 Garrison Road is zoned commercial, zone C3. And the lot on Sims Road is zoned R2. The current zoning is for, on the Garrison Road, C3 is for 2.5 stories. The commercial building, the building and 2-story residential house on Sims Avenue. So on Sims Avenue, it's supposed to be a single detached house, 2 stories high. Proposed zoning change will allow for a 6-story instead of a 2.5-story on that lot that's been zoned commercial since 1976. The zoning, these property, running through the, hold on a second, residential building and traffic lane running through the property on Sims Avenue. Zoning for these properties should not be changed until a neighborhood plan is developed and indicate in the official plan. There's no neighborhood development plan in this for Walden. This property is a prime location for the commercial building as it is zoned. I personally thought this would be a great location for a state-of-the-art medical building with all the investment into Gilmore Lodge, long-term care in Fort Erie, and privatization of medical procedures in Ontario. This property could be our chance to bring doctors and medical procedures back to Fort Erie. Once it's gone, it's gone. I don't have to repeat the duck story now, right? Okay, now this is a question. If the property on Sims is rezoned to allow two-way traffic laneway to run from Sims Avenue to the parking area, will the existing residential property bordering east and west of the proposed property, so the existing properties on either side of this laneway, are they going to be considered exterior side yards? If they are considered exterior side yards, this would change the future setbacks for these existing properties and homeowners. The setbacks would change from 1.2 meters to 3 meters. The existing residents would lose 1.8 meters of buildable property. The house located to the east side of this property on Sims, now, if these are exterior side yards now, that property doesn't meet the current setbacks. What would the plan be to accommodate non-conforming setbacks to existing side yards? This is another one. The rezoning application is using balconies to meet 25% landscaping requirement. I do not believe covered balconies meet the intent of landscaped areas, so they should not be included as landscaped areas. So I believe they don't meet the 25% landscaped areas for this property. The tree protection plan that was not followed. One was submitted. The developer did not follow it. The developer did not provide tree protection, fences, or special excavation procedures when grading the property within the drip line of the bordering neighboring trees. All trees have been removed from the property. Will there be a replacement of removed trees on the property, or will tree replacement be done in another part of the town? Like, will it be paid by the developer and trees planted somewhere else to replace these trees that were taken off the property? And my final statement is that We go back to a 2.5-story commercial building that should be on that property, and it was zoned for on that property since 1976, is now going to change to a 6-story building on the north side of residential homes. That would result in 4 houses being covered in shade half of the day through the winter months. I don't think that's appropriate, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beauchamp. Any members of council have any questions? You've raised a couple of points that we can clarify with staff when we get to the report.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address council with respect to this matter? Please come forward, sir. Good evening, and can I have your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Keith Glaze. I'm at 611 Sims Avenue.
Please proceed.
Okay, a few things the gentleman before me, he's already addressed, like the green space, the amount of that, the parking, the lack of parking, I should say. They said 220 spaces. Well, when I counted the spaces on their plan, I only counted 210. But, you know, maybe it's not to scale, which is about a 25% reduction over what's required by the bylaws now. Like they require 1.5, which would be 280 parking spots. So they're down by 25% over what is required. The traffic on Sims Avenue, I don't know, I know one councillor knows what Sims Avenue is like. That street is 19 feet wide from berm to berm. Okay? During the summer months, you can barely fit 2 cars side by each. During the winter time, when our plowing is suspect at best, you know, you're lucky if you can get, you know, if you can get those 2 cars side by each. I've actually had to pull a couple of people out of the ditch in the winter time because of that. Lucky I don't want a 4x4. I'm concerned about the drainage that's going to be coming from this parking lot. It's going to go down that little driveway on Sims Avenue. Where's all that water, where's all that snow going to go? They're going to plow right across the street onto those vacant lots that are across, the wooded lots that are across the road. And when that melts, that floods out Ted, who lives kitty corner across from us. Now, our ditch as it is does not drain in the summertime at all. Like I cannot cut my ditch with my lawnmower like I used to be able to about 4 or 5 years ago. Right now, if I go in there with my rider, I got to get my truck out to pull it out of the ditch, or get the wife to push me out. Which she's not very happy about, by the way. Yeah, she'll raise her fist there. But, you know, like, for sure, when they plow snow in the wintertime, they'll plow right down the driveway onto Sims Avenue. Where's all that snow going to go? And as it is now, when the plow comes by in the wintertime, he has a habit of, instead of plowing the snow across the road into their vacant lots, he likes to plow it into my driveway after I've already snowblowed. So, and I've got a fairly wide driveway at the road, so that's a lot of work for an old man, even with the snowblower, as we found out during the blizzard this year. Like I was out there every 2 hours snowblowing the driveway, and then we couldn't get out anyways because Simmons Avenue was blocked off at the end because of the region. But those are my concerns. Also, like say, the width of that road, the people that walk their dogs on there, that's pretty dangerous for them. You're looking at up to 400 more cars per day on that street, which can't even handle the traffic it's got now. Like we've got more potholes per foot than I think any other street in the town. Like if you go across the front of my house, I've got 80-foot frontage, and I'll bet you there's 80, 90 potholes there still, even after they spent time patching them. So as soon as they patch them, the plow comes down the road, and the patches are in the ditch. So, as I say, it's a dangerous situation when there are many people who walk their dogs on a daily basis there. It's dangerous. It's something you should really consider is the safety of the people in the neighborhood. And I guess that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glaze. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Thank you for raising those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Did I see somebody at the back? Please come forward, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. Cheryl Hobart at 643 Sims Avenue. Thank you so much for having this meeting, Honorable Wayne Redekop and Council and members. Okay, so yet again, we're here talking about this. I just have one question at the beginning here. For our first Zoom meeting that we had, were you guys in attendance? Okay, so I was.
If it was a public
Why?
meeting, we'd have been in attendance.
Okay, but why was it not a public meeting when it was
Okay, so
in
then
regards
you're
to it?
making reference to the open house, which is a formal meeting. It's not required under the
Okay.
Planning Act, but for the public meeting, we would have, all the members of council would have been present.
Okay, all right. So the issue that we did bring up at the Zoom meeting in regards to only having one roadway access from Garrison, because the other access that was assigned was through a plaza, not through, and our understanding is that this plaza gave permission to be able to use that property to be able to access to it?
Yeah, so that was something that was discussed at the public meeting, and the owner of that property did address council with respect to the matter.
Okay. But there was nothing legally set that could be set. Okay, so it only had one driveway to that property area for those three restaurants that were coming into play. Okay, just wanted to understand.
Well, there's an informal point of access, but it's not, there's no agreement between the owner of this parcel that we're talking about this evening and the owner of the parcel that fronts on Thompson Road.
Okay, all right. So going through some of the notes that you guys have put in the last report, it was brought up in regards to the access to Sims Avenue. Several residents commented they did not support the driveway connection to Sims Avenue into the site. One resident, I'm just questioning, was it a resident at Sims Avenue, or was it a resident that was just a resident of Fort Erie? Because I don't think that really that person should be able to say anything about our access to Sims Avenue because I don't think any of us on Sims agreed to that. I also agree, or I also state that we are a quiet neighborhood. I've been there for 15 years. And the traffic lights that are there, my understanding, those traffic lights are put in place for the plaza, which is No Frills and Walmart. We get the benefit of it, but I can't see you putting that in there for Sims Avenue. If by chance this has to happen and Sims Avenue has to be put into play, I request that it is put into play that we are only an emergency access only. So barriers are put up unless emergency services are needed. For the reason is I'm already currently seeing many people use the access from Garrison at the NW and come across and go out to the plaza where Remyx is as a shortcut to the intersection at Helena and Garrison and Thompson. So they already are currently doing that because I watch it. I can see it out my backyard and also when I walk the area. So I am concerned with you moving the building to the west side. You now are giving an even more clear driveway that they can come in, go through the parking lot, because if you look at the plans, it comes all the way down, go to Sims and cut across to that set of lights where they can just turn. They don't have to deal with the busyness of Garrison, Thompson, and Helena. So I am concerned about that. I wish that you would please put the building back to the right side, to the east side. Also for the fact that your playground that you have now put in place butt up against the parking lot and parking spaces at the plaza that's right beside it. Really, you want to put a playground for children there? I don't think that's wise. Again, in regards to the drainage, yes, we still have the problem of the drainage. I have ducks on the other side, always have a pond. I don't know what is going to happen, if they're able to change it whatsoever, but I know that I didn't have the drainage issue as much when we had all those trees there back in there, and when I called in regards to the trees being taken down, it was, the owner had picked the perfect time when migration for the birds, so he was allowed to do it. So, wasn't a very nice way of doing it. Again, I still want to address the issue for the buffering of nearby single attached dwellings, and will be reviewed in detail to the site plan control stage, and will be entailed using planting strips, landscape buffers, and fencing to ensure adequate privacy. I'm hoping still that you guys are considering a barrier wall if this has to go up, as opposed to a wood fence. That is not going to stop the pollution, the lighting. I want to also be concerned in regards to, it's a 6-story building, but a 6-story building has all those residents that will disturb my neighborhood and also my house. So I want a barrier that will really stop that from happening. I think I've covered all of my points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hobart. Any members of council have any questions of Ms. Hobart? Thank you very much for your comments and the concerns you've expressed.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address? Yes, please come forward, Carol. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Carol Clausen, 661 Sims Avenue. Evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and my neighbors. Thank you all for being here. This new proposal for this development causes even more questions to be asked. Upon reading the first proposal and the second, it is apparent that the town is granting many concessions to this developer. Green space and parking are some of the current issues, along with concessions for increased density, which is mandated by the province. A small reduction in size would alleviate most of these issues. Also noted in the proposal is the mention of the town looking to attribute the 70 affordable units to the community development, the benefit charge. I cannot determine from the report if this is just for the 70 affordable units or units of the entire project. And I can't understand why you would allow the developer not to be charged. If it's there to be charged, it should be charged. The developer has been granted enough concessions. Community benefit would appear to be for the community of which Sims Avenue is part. Therefore, this concession should not be granted to the developer. Instead, a portion of the community benefit should be used to benefit the residents of Sims Avenue, who will be greatly affected by this development, especially if approved in the current proposal. If Sims Avenue is used as proposed, this is a direct benefit to the developer, and definitely going to hinder our property values, which I'm sure you can understand. Residents are losing sunlight, privacy, and the ability to enjoy their backyard, as the parking lot abuts these backyards. The proposal is limiting the affordable housing units parking to 1. Due to today's economic conditions, it is very possible that the affordable units will have 2 adults working in different areas and both needing a vehicle to get there. The report is only addressing peak times. The amount of total usage determines the impact on the residents and the physical impact on the roadway. That has to do with the condition of the road. Allowing an access to Sims Avenue would subject this quiet, low volume traveled residential street to an exceedingly large volume of traffic from this over-intensified proposed residential complex, as well as traffic generated by the current commercial establishments occupying the same property, Sims Avenue exit should be an emergency exit only. The average household has 1.5 vehicles in Ontario. This is what they're saying, results in the potential of 190 units times 1.5 for a total of 275 vehicles. Conversely, with 50% coming and going, balance every other day visitors, and all combined with a portion of vehicles frequenting the commercial units, Sims Avenue would be subjected to over 400 vehicle trips daily. This is considerably more than what is reported in your proposal. The planting strip should remain at 3 meters. This allows enough space for noise-deadening planting and a good solid fence. The report discussion refers to balconies as amenity space. This is only a small, private, open-air extension of the unit and should not be inferred as contributing to open landscape space. I don't understand how a concrete balcony can even be considered a green space. Just doesn't compute. Lastly, Sims Avenue. The original proposal stated that Sims Avenue would not be used for traffic from this development and that the road allowance should not be opened. Why the change? The opening of the road allowance to Sims Avenue will put undue strain on an existing road in an almost unusable condition. According to the studies done, the entrance and exit onto Garrison Road is acceptable. Sims should be used again as an emergency exit only. If the egress onto Sims is passed, then the entire road should be upgraded to urban standards with all services, curbs, sidewalks, and a first-class roadway, not a lower-class HMA asphalt surface treatment, as per the report. The proposed resurfacing will not endure long based on the high volume of traffic that it will ensue. It then falls again on the taxpayer to eventually pay for the proper roadway replacement. As with other developments, the cost should be borne by the developer, since the developer is the sole benefactor. The community benefit charge can be applied to this upgrade. There is a commercial business with property backing onto the more easterly road allowance to Sims Avenue. What is to stop this company from deciding to use this road allowance to receive and send off their trucks? It goes right down 10th Avenue. Intensification is now the norm, but not all intensification needs to occur on this site. Intensification is being done throughout the town to help alleviate the housing situation, so it shouldn't all be there. Thank you for your time and attention. I have one more thing. It's very difficult to address a situation like this. The report was scheduled to be released Wednesday by 5 o'clock. I spent Thursday on Fort Erie Town site. I could not find that report. I finally called the planning office and was told I would receive it by the end of business day Thursday. I got it Friday morning. That gives me 1 day to basically absorb that report, decide what do I agree with, what I don't agree with, and maybe seek advice from someone else. Really, I think people should be given more time to address these situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Clausen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, your concerns. Were you not mailed, do you live within the catchment area?
Pardon me?
I think it's how many meters that they're mailed.
What am I doing?
Well, no, I'm just wondering because you said that for notification, were you not mailed the notification that this was happening? Are you not within the catchment?
Oh yeah, I did, but what I'm saying is the report. The report that you people get that is supposed to be available.
Okay.
I couldn't get that until Friday morning. Okay. And, you know, I mean, that's not much time to absorb that report.
It's a long report.
Yes, it is. And where, you know, as a resident, a taxpayer, I'm at a loss. I don't have enough time to really look into what is going on there. It should be, we should be given more time.
I hear your concern, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Ms.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address council? Please come forward, sir. Good evening. We need your name and address for the record.
Daniel Lilly, 615 Oaks Drive. For the record, July 14th, 2021, during the Zoom meeting, I opposed this development. During the last meeting in August of 2022, I attended this meeting, but I didn't speak. I let my neighbors speak, and I waited for council to ask their questions. Now I'm here tonight opposing the redesign. I think it's an offense to the neighborhood that the redesign has not come down from 6 stories, 190 units. We're still left with 285 parking spaces, of which there are only 220. And now there's a plan to open up to Sims Avenue, moving the building westerly. So together with what all my neighbors have said in opposition tonight, I feel that if council goes ahead, and I've read the report, and staff is recommending that this apartment building go ahead, because I know town is looking for affordable housing. But I'm not against affordable housing in any way or matter. It's just the location. From the initial application of this proposal till now, the property has not grown one bit. Yet it continues, the developer continues to look for 190 units. So if the zoning is allowed, and Mr. Aldrich, my goodness, the man speaks a lot of sense. And, you know, I've taken in what you have listened to and what you have to put up with every application. But if the zoning goes ahead to what the builder wants, it says that he could have went 9 stories. Now 9 stories is an additional probably 95 units. Now I know that's not feasible with the land area that he has, but this is just opening up a Pandora's box that who's to say that if it is zoned to RM2, that down the road they don't add 3 more stories to this apartment building. That's one of my concerns. The other concern with the redesign was changing the zoning parking spaces 1.5 to 1.25 for 120 of the units. And then blatantly discriminating against the 70 affordable units, they're only allowed 1 parking space. Earlier tonight, I heard Councillor Dubanow make a comment that if he was a homeowner, he would never accept anything that had 1 parking space. Now, I know these are all rental units, but this has to be taken into consideration. So I believe there are 4 special provisions if council rezones the property in case. By approving this, council will, in the town of Fort Erie, will increase their overall rental unit availability by 28%. And I understand that that is something that council is looking towards. But with all the negatives to this project, be it the maximum lot coverage is 40% less than what is permitted by zoning, I think that this is a project that should not go forward. At the size that it is, I believe that it should go back to the developer to redevelop the property to a smaller scale. You know, it says in the report, has the town considered reducing the height of the proposed building? I don't know. I asked you, council, tonight, have you considered that? Or will you consider that? And will one of the council be bold enough to table a motion, a second opinion clause to not support planning staff's recommendation for this project as it is now? That's all I have to say. I want council to do the right thing, to remember the neighborhood and not just the developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lilly. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. I have made some notes as well with the other presenters when we get to the staff comment section. Just curious if you would support 9 stories with underground parking.
I looked at the town proposal. Underground parking wasn't considered. Obviously, it's something that is a big expense. It's not unknown today for a building of that size to have underground parking.
So if it was 9 stories with underground parking, you would be...
No, I wouldn't. Okay. No. I was just making note of the RM2 zoning. If council allows that, is it open that one day this developer could add 3 stories to that facility? I'm just asking that question.
Well, we asked the questions at this point, so thank you.
No, I'm not against, I'm against the size of this building in the space that they have. They developed 3 fast food restaurants for a reason towards Garrison Road. The 6 acres became 3 acres.
Councillor Lewis, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Lilly. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Mr. Patton, could you advise whether there's anyone in the virtual waiting room that wishes to address council? And if so, could they please raise their hand to identify themselves to you?
Just one person, so I'm kind of waiting to see if they raise their hand, Your Worship.
Okay, so then, Madam Clerk, have we received any subsequent correspondence with respect to this matter? I think we did from Mr. Glaves.
Yes,
Ms.
Mr.
Warner.
Glaves and Judith Warner from 611 Sims Avenue opposed. Had 2 others. One was John Chris, 660 Garrison Road, in favor. And the third one was from George Wiseman, 311 Helena Street, opposed. They were all circulated to members of council and staff and will be attached to the minutes.
Right, okay. I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and that takes us to report PDS 24, 2023. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Lewis? That report is on the floor for questions or comments. Dubanow and then Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you to the residents who came out and speak this evening. This is a long process that's been drawn out with revisions, and I've had quite a bit of dialogue with the residents. I understand the concerns, and I think we're going to be able to work through them. I just have a few comments to make with regard to Sims Avenue itself and access. But before I do that, I just want to point out, I did mention a comment about parking, but I was very clear that that was single-family homes. I even went out and said, in apartments, medium density, you can kind of move stuff around and play with those numbers. So I just want to ensure that the context is appropriate, because we are dealing with a high-density building right now. I have not been in favor of the access out to Sims. I think there might be an opportunity for pedestrian access, kind of carry through the neighborhood. Looking at it from an active transportation standpoint, you can maybe carry it through to Walden and, kind of have some continuity there. I understand the concerns residents are raising about the quality and the width of Sims Avenue. I think we need to look at that if this is how we proceed. Maybe we do have to discuss urbanization and some cost sharing on that, widening it, perhaps a sidewalk. I understand too, I've had conversations with Ms. Clausen about this, about, even sewers and other things. We maybe have to have some dialogue with residents there. The only thing I would caution is if we do upgrade the road and urbanize it, there's a lot of underutilized parcels on Sims. And if we start talking about putting sewers in there and upgrading the road, that quiet neighborhood with the real big lots, we might finally start seeing severed and some of those lots being sold. So there's always, the devil versus the devil that could come. So that's just something as well that just a point to raise. With regard to parking, certainly we can look at, prohibiting on-street parking if it becomes an issue. I wouldn't want to do that ahead of time if this goes through, just because it would limit the residents' ability on those streets to actually park there as well. But if we do find that there is continual spillover and it's interfering with the ability for residents to park and utilize the street, then that is definitely an option I would be supportive of, and I would champion that for the residents. This is one of those situations where, I can appreciate the requests and the comments about scaling this building back, but everything comes down to a dollar value and utilizing property that they paid for a certain value. And once we get the affordable units in here, then that's where the calculation gets odd. Because if we were to slice the floor off the top, all that's going to do is drive up the rent on the units to make to get their investment back, and then you're not talking affordable units. So it's that balance of what can we put on this property to provide that affordable benefit versus what can we utilize and how can we make it work. I don't think we've had any affordable housing in this community since the 1990s go in. It's something we're in desperate need of. If we can do our best to ensure that the condition of the road and the residents' concerns regarding the buffer space is taken care of, I think that would go a long way. But there's a lot of competing interests here, and it's not just Sims Avenue. I hate to be the one to say that. I know I'll probably have, maybe some nasty comments, but there's a lot to look at with this. So I think we have to look at the road. I think we need to look at urbanization. I think we need to make that road safer, make it more pedestrian friendly. And then we go from there and we have those conversations and we move forward, because I think this is needed. Some may disagree, but it's one of those tough ones where, there's lots of competing interests going on here. And with this being something I've been so heavily following and invested in, a lot of comments, Your Worship. I just wanted to put them out there, and hopefully planning staff got them. So I appreciate that, Your Worship.
That's fair enough. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm going to be in favor of this, and I do understand the concerns on Sims Avenue, but again, going back through history, there was an unopened road allowance that was always intended to be opened. I can remember when they put the signalized intersection there. I was on council before that even happened. And one of the rationale there was that Sims Avenue, there would, in that area that now the apartment building's going, would have been a large commercial endeavor, whether it's I've heard everything from a large grocery store to a large construction and I don't want to mention any particular names, but a very large retail store was intended to go there, and that Sims Avenue, that unopened road allowance would be used, and that was one of the reasons for the signalized intersection, because they anticipated there would be a fair amount of traffic going in that direction. But anyway, that was more than 20 years ago. So, you know, things do change. I do want to know, can we, on a site plan, restrict the number of stories to 6 so that the option of getting it higher is not, is no longer available to the developers?
Mr. Hurlovich, on the site-specific rezoning?
Excuse me, Your Worship. So the request is for 6 stories and a specific height. So that would be written into the bylaw.
Okay, so they can't then go add another 3 stories. I know that was one of the concerns. The other thing too is about affordable housing. I sit on a board that has 2 affordable housing buildings, the non-for-profit and 40 affordable, and I think we do allocate 1 parking space per resident, because most of them do just have 1 car, and many of them are 1 bedroom, and there's only 1 driver. But that doesn't mean that they're all that way, and I don't think we're discriminating. I think it's just a, you know, historical fact that a lot of these apartment buildings that are 1 bedroom have 1 car. But, you know, that can't change. So there's an additional 30 cars, I understand, 30 parking spaces that are also allowed there. The other thing too, we desperately do need affordable housing. We desperately need more apartments. And this will answer both those needs. And I do think it's in a great location in regards to walking distance to a lot of amenities, the bank, the store, you know, the grocery stores, other retail stores, all the amenities around it. It's within walking distance, and that's one of the things you look for when you're looking for an appropriate place to put apartment buildings. But I do agree that Sims Avenue, plus the roadway in and out, has to be upgraded to urban standards, all the way up to Thompson Road. So I would think that that has to be part of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. Any other members of council? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I assume to Mr. Walsh, what is the current plan? I note that 2023 is when the road on Sims is scheduled to be upgraded. What is the current plan for that service, if you would, for me?
It's resurfacing, isn't it, Mr. Walsh?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. It's only a resurfacing. It is not an upgrade to an urban standard.
Councillor Flagg.
Trying to see where to go here.
Ask him what it would take to move it up to.
Yeah, that's fair. And it would take what to increase it to urban standards?
Mr. Walsh?
If we're going with full town of Fort Erie standards, it would be a sidewalk on at least 1 side of the road. This is a local road right now. I don't think the addition of traffic from the proposed apartment building would turn it into a collector road based on traffic volume. So it's 1 sidewalk, curb and gutter, storm sewers. We're probably looking at, I think we have 290 meters that we're planning, call it 300 for easy math. We're looking at $1,500 a meter or so to upgrade it beyond what we've got planned. So that's $450,000. Call it 500 for easy math.
Didn't get the last part. 500. 500,000? Yep, okay. Councillor Flagg, back to you.
I think I'm good for that. I personally am coming in a bit late to the party with this development. On the surface, obviously, the town of Fort Erie needs a great deal of what this project brings, but I'm not sure that we need every headache that it brings as well. So I'm hoping that there can be some mitigation of some of those, certainly to the residents. I would hope that staff would consider the residents when they are considering access to that property with respect to the construction vehicles as well, especially with the roadways and so forth. That would certainly be one thing that would be required for any support from this seat. Thank you.
That's a good point, Councillor Flagg. Before I go back to you, Councillor Dubanow, any other members of council? Councillor Christensen?
Through you, Your Worship, and I'm not quite sure who to direct this to, but with respect to the issue of the playground and the buffering with the abutting property, would it be correct to think or to ask that an effective fencing be erected to ensure that the users of the playground would be safe and secure, that the children would be safe?
Yeah, it would be, and I presume that Mr. Vanderveen has heard that.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything further? No. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just to Councillor Flagg's point, I think that's access off of Garrison Road rather than off of Sims during construction. I think that should be written into whatever agreements we have just to provide the teeth. We've done that in the past. It's not unusual to utilize a commercial roadway or a road with less residential impact. So I don't think that'll be an issue for the developer to do. It's just I think we need to get that codified just to ensure that's rectified. I'm just going back to the urbanization of the street, and I'm thinking here from a perspective of understanding that there's an affordability aspect to this building, and that we need to be cautious with how much we want to ask of the developer, because it could peel back on the availability of affordable units. So we have to have that balancing act here. But I'm just wondering what would be involved, and I don't know what funding we have available or resources, or if it's something even, I don't think we can do it from development charges because it's not a specified item. But I'm wondering how we could fund the $500,000 necessary to upgrade that stretch to urbanization, because I think this is going to be the kicker here, because of the narrow width, the access in and out. I think that's going to do a lot to satisfy the concerns of residents who are already not pleased about this access being used. If we can make that road safer, make it a better condition and a higher quality, I think that'll help. So I'm looking for guidance here from someone, either you, Your Worship, or a member of staff. I'm just wondering how we can do this, because I don't want to saddle this all on the developer, knowing that if we did that, it can affect the affordability matrix with this being a rental building with affordable units. I'm just wondering how we can perhaps sort something out here that is good for the municipality, good for the developer, and something that we can all agree on that provides a value to the residents on Sims.
So I'm going to suggest that that's something that Mr. Jansen, who is taking Mr. McQueen's position this evening, relay to Mr. McQueen that this is something that we would like both our CAO, the treasurer, the director of infrastructure services, and the director of planning to discuss, because it's something that if this does proceed, it's definitely something that needs to be addressed, and your comments are noted, because there's both the practical aspects, the timing aspects, and the financing aspects. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Just some comments on hearing some of the other councillors. Is it possible, and I'm not saying this tongue-in-cheek, but I'm serious about this, not opening Sims Avenue until the building is built? And then open the access when the building is open. That way it would stop construction vehicles from using it, because it wouldn't be there to use. Just a thought.
Well, if you can't use it, it's hard to imagine why it would need to be open. So that may be something that staff can discuss when they're looking at.
No, that's...
The other thing is, if there's going to be a reconstruction of Sims, you'd have to keep traffic off as much as possible in any event. So that's, again, something that I think staff should be discussing. Mr. Hurlovich, maybe you're making notes of this. If not, maybe Mr. Jansen is.
I just want to clarify, I do fully support opening Sims Avenue
Yeah.
for the residents in the building. I was just trying to find a go-around in regards to during construction time, that delaying the opening may create that, because I know sometimes we can put up all the signs we want, and construction vehicles are construction vehicles. The other thing is, I'm not clear on exactly what we have to do to Sims Avenue in regards to, are we looking at storm sewers, or are we just looking at pavement, curbs, and sidewalks, or do we have, well, I don't know what's under the ground there now that would have to be upgraded.
You have to have, I mean, we're talking about sidewalks, there's a need for sidewalks. So
Yes.
we're looking at urban cross-section, and that's what staff can be discussing. That involved possibly storm sewers as well. So that's something that staff is going to need to discuss in order to advise us on what the actual cost would be, how they're going to be paid, and what the road will look like.
Yeah, and then I think that's what I was asking, is that the $500,000 that was quoted, is there a possibility that some of this storm sewers wouldn't be needed or whatever, but that may negate lower the price a little bit. And we get the 7.5 meters for the road, and I must have missed it in my report where I always thought an unopened road allowance was 66 feet.
I'm sorry?
I always thought an unopened road allowance was 66 feet, so I'm not quite sure where we're getting the 7.5.
I don't know that that's an unopened road allowance, and 7.5 is from the plan. And so I don't think it is a road allowance.
Okay, well, at one point it was considered a road allowance.
Yeah,
At some point
I
in
don't know.
history.
I don't know. Okay. It's confusing enough without hearing. Yeah, that's not it. Okay, Councillor Noyes, back to you.
Okay, so it is 7.5 for the width of the road.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? There were a couple of questions that were raised, and Mr. Hurlovich, maybe you can answer this. There's a question raised about how long affordable units will be affordable. And in this particular case, I thought it was longer than 10 years, but do you have some insights into that?
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't actually have a copy of the agreement. The project's being funded under Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation through their financial incentive program for rental properties. There is a 10-year term for the fixed rate mortgage. I'm not sure whether that's what is being referenced, but the actual duration in which those units would be eligible for as an affordable housing unit, I'm not sure what that term is.
Okay, well, I think we need that, we'd like to get that information because that's important. So when we get the, either before we get the recommendation report or at the recommendation report.
So,
Oh, this is the recommendation report.
Thank
We need to get that information then, if you don't mind. There was also a question asked about the yards on either side of Sims Avenue and the impact on side yard setbacks. Those would be existing residences, and I presume then that they're existing, so there'd be no impact on them. Can you comment on that, Mr. Hurlovich?
So yes, the side yards for the houses are what they are. The plan provides for a buffer strip between the driveway that exits from the project to Sims. I have to look at the plan, but I think it's 2.4 meters per landscape strip on either side of the driveway being 7.5 meters, which is 25 feet.
Right. So this would, I mean, this, I think the concern was that somehow this access point would have an impact on the side yard setbacks, but they wouldn't change at all. Would they?
Correct,
Because-
this is not a street.
Right.
This is a driveway.
Right. And the other question that was asked related to, and it's referred to in the report, and I don't know whether you want to deal with it or Mr. Vanderveen, about community benefits and why we're not in a position to charge community benefits. Can you comment on that?
So based on my understanding, to date, the town hasn't actually passed a bylaw, so we have no firm policy to fall back on. I don't know if Alex wants to add on to that.
So, Mr. Mayor, to elaborate on on Darrell's explanation, yes, the town is currently undergoing a study, have Hempson Consulting doing the study, and that is a requirement of the provincial government, where in the past, the town could simply impose a charge for increased height and density. These charges now just can't be arbitrary, so they have to be assigned to specific uses, and they can't be something that would be considered under the development charges bylaw. So for instance, streets, sewers, that would be charges that would come under development charges. So even if we could collect community benefits now, they're not going to go for streets and so on. They're looking at additional parking for public parking. I'm going to say the town wanted to buy land in the Crystal Beach area and put in a municipal parking lot. That might be an eligible cost. The study is yet to be concluded, as well as some of the other things for affordable housing. That program is yet again to be established as to what that would be. The value of that is set under the Planning Act at 4% of the housing project. And so because if we had a community benefit program, they would be, and it applied to affordable housing, then we would be looking at 4% of the project value. Since they are going to provide affordable housing, we're looking at that as the benefit that the town will be receiving. So while we can't collect it, they're already proposing to provide it. So we're saying, thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions by any members of council? Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. There are none, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and start working on the consent agenda. Back in session, and before we go to the consent agenda, Councillor Lewis, you're going to move that we extend the meeting time?
Past 10 o'clock to 11 p.m.?
Sure.
Doesn't mean we have to go there.
No, that's right, doesn't mean that. So that's on the floor. I'm going to ask all those in favor. That is carried. Okay, so can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor McDermott. Are there any questions or comments with respect to any of the reports in the consent agenda? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I just wanted to comment on the Town Line Road resurfacing report. I know it's for information purposes only. I know it's just basically allowing more money to be spent to get more information so that they can look to see exactly what the options and the possibilities are. I do think this is an area that it's, for those who aren't familiar with it, it's where the Black Creek Leisure Homes are, where the potential McDonald's restaurant and that off the Queen Elizabeth and gas station off the Queen Elizabeth. And there's also other properties there that would be able to join into this, hopefully, if it's ever done. But I do very much support this, and I'm glad to see it moving forward, at least to the next step to get more information. It'd be interesting to see at the end how the cost is borne by whom. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is the 2022 road condition assessment, ISO 8 2023. And just that, I know that we're going to be going into our strategic planning, and I think we're going to have to keep this report in mind when we're thinking about the road, because I think for all of you guys who are new councillors, I think you'll probably get, for every one comment on something else, you get 5 comments on the road. So I think the report basically says that if we don't put more money towards this, we're going to be losing. The conditions of the road are going to deteriorate, and I don't think any of us want that. And so for strategic planning, I'm hoping that we remember that this may be a decision we're going to have to give some direction to staff on. Other than that, there's nothing else. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Walsh, with respect to IS 08 2023, the 2022 road condition assessment and proposed 3-year surfacing plan, I looked at Appendix 1, and this is where there's a listing of the roads for 2023. And I noticed on the first page, it's item, it's about 2, 4, 6, 8. It's down at Cherry Hill Boulevard. And it's talking about resurfacing Cherry Hill Boulevard between Nye Road and Dominion Road. And I wasn't aware that it went between Nye
Mayor,
Road
that'd
and
be a
Dominion
typo.
Road.
That should be number 3 and Nye Road.
Beg your pardon?
That should be number 3 and Nye Road.
Okay, because there's 2 other Cherry Hill Boulevard items, Highway 3 to Nye Road. Anyways, I think the point is, can we just maybe take a look at that?
Yep, absolutely.
I did have a couple of questions, though, with respect to 3 specific roads, bearing in mind the pavement, PQI, Pavement Quality Index. Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. And the first these are the 3 roads: Ferndale, Mary Street, and Murdoch, and they're found at pages 125, 133, and 134 of the package. And I raised them because I didn't see any of them on the resurfacing list for 2022, 23, 24, or 25. That could be because there's some reconstruction work being done, but would you know that, or is that something you could get back to me on?
Mayor, with respect to Mary in particular, we don't have anything planned there. Councillor McDermott and I had a discussion on this late last week. Given its condition index, I suspect it would float up fairly soon. But the program we use is an optimization program. It is not a worst first program. So in some cases, it's recommending that we spend money on a road that has a higher PCI so as not to let the road go to complete failure. There are some roads out there, and I suspect Ferndale is one of them, where the program has recognized that it's in bad shape and it's better off to let that road go for a few more years and spend your money more wisely somewhere else. I have trust in the program generally. There are specific instances where I question some of the results, though.
Well, that's good, because I would question, I know Ferndale is in the 50, it's around high 40s, low 50s, and that's a very heavily traveled road. But it could be that there's a need for some reconstruction there and some underground services as well. The other item that I mentioned, which is Murdoch, and it's on page 134, it's at a 38 PCI. And I was out there, and I travel around there frequently, and I would imagine Councillor Dubanow is familiar with it. It's in terrible shape, and so I'm wondering whether that isn't something that you could maybe take a look at as well.
If you can give me a moment.
And again, it may be that there's a reconstruction.
Murdoch and Walden are to be reconstructed, I believe, in 2025. That's why they don't appear on the resurfacing list.
Okay, that's great.
It's its own project.
That's great. That answers my question then. Thank you very much. Any other questions on the consent agenda items, Councillor Noyes?
Just going back to the report on the roads, is that I did have an opportunity to talk to Mr. Walsh earlier today, and some of the, and I can't find it on here because it's a huge, long report, that some of the dates on when the roads were resurfaced in the past aren't necessarily accurate, and not to kind of like nail it down, like say it was done 5 years ago or 10 years ago. I know some of the roads that they think that this report says were done weren't done for, and particularly the road that I live on hasn't been done since 1983. And it's on the thing, it says it was done in 2006 or something like that. It wasn't. I lived there. Hasn't been done since the sewers went in.
That was a good year for tar and chip, as I recall.
Good year for which?
Tar and chip.
Tar and chip. Actually, I think that road on that part is actually pavement. But again, I will not digress.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor McDermott.
I just want to ask a few things to Mr. Walsh. Now, did you tell me like this is a program that figures this out?
That's correct.
Okay. Because when it comes to Mary, I know since probably 2015, I've had people rattling my chains about the roller coaster effect that they get. And I know that we don't charge them that much to ride the ride, but we seem to always have to come back and fill potholes again. And I guess my concern is the roads, you know, there's probably driveways in Thunder Bay that are longer than this road. The road goes from, I think, like Catherine to Idlewild, if I'm right.
Goes through to Gilmore.
I mean, yeah, it's like a very short little deal there. So, when is the next time you look at this program? Is there any opportunities sometime? I know it's not going to be this year, but you know, over the next couple of years, that might possibly be done.
Mr. Walsh.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't understand the question.
So the question is Mary, which is in it's at a 48 for one section between Catherine and Henrietta. It's at 58 for the other two sections that go from there, Henrietta, over to Gilmore. Question is, it's not on any list. When might it be looked at again?
So, we review we do a pavement survey every 2 years. And we project a 3-year program, but in essence, we reset the program every 2 years. As I mentioned in my earlier statement, given where it is in terms of PCI, I would suspect it floats up
fairly soon.
On to McDermott. You're going to be helping it float?
Yeah, I'd like to see it float. So, no, I appreciate that. I didn't realize that was, that it was a program that you had there. I thought there was some actual hands-on stuff going on there.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's some data. I'm sure there's some information or data that's put into the program.
Is that how it works?
Mr. Walsh?
So we take our raw data, feed it into the big box. It does its thing, computer things, and we go out and ground truth it. We take a look at things that the computer may not pick up on, such as our Sims discussion tonight. It's in the program for this year, actually. And as we're talking here, I'm wondering if we should go ahead and do it, or hold off until we figure out what we're doing. I wouldn't want to resurface it and then come in next year and rip it out. So there's things like that after the computer spits out the big list, we take a look at it. There's about 6 of us that do it, knowing the importance of our resurfacing program.
So we're counting on it. If there are no other questions, then I'm gonna call the question. I'm gonna call the question on the reports and the consent agenda. All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. That then takes us to planning and development services, and I'm handing this off to you, Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. It is my turn this evening. Planning and Development Services is in session this evening, Your Worship. We have no planning or no presentations or delegations. However, we do have a report, and that report this evening is PDS 25-2023. That is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 4409 Erie Road. The recommendation is that council denies the amendment to the town zoning bylaw number 12990 as detailed in report PDS 25-2023 for the lands known as 4409 Erie Road. Can I get a mover for that, Your Worship? That report is now on the floor if there are any questions or comments from council. So I'm seeing none, so I'll call the question then. All those in favor? So that's unanimous, so that passes. We have no other reports this evening. However, do any members of council have any new business or inquiries they'd like to raise this evening? Any questions regarding the business status report? I wish they were all this quick, Your Worship. I hand the chair back to you.
Thank you very much. That takes us then to Infrastructure Services, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Infrastructure Services is now open. There are no presentations and delegations. There are no reports. Any new business inquiries? Seeing none, that brings us to the business status report. Seeing none, infrastructure is now closed, and I'll turn the chair back to you.
New record, Councillor Noyes. It's the shortest Infrastructure Services meeting we've ever had. Corporate and Community Services, Councillor McDermott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate Community Services is now in session. We have no presentations or delegations. We have no reports. Anybody have any new business inquiries? Okay, none. 10.4 is the business status report. Anybody under that?
There's nothing on it.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah. Okay, that takes us to scheduling of meetings. Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yes, Your Worship. We have a, you'll have to bear with me for a moment here because it's one of the new committees that I am on and I'm waiting for my calendar. Your Worship, my calendar is taking a moment to, yeah, you know what, if there's anyone else, I have to wait for my calendar to pop up.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Tomorrow night, the Lincoln County Humane Society, there's a meeting on the 28th at 4 in room 1. The Accessibility Committee is meeting, and on the 29th at 3 p.m. in room 1, our infrastructure meeting is.
Anyone else? Come back. Just to keep you folks posted, there is a Niagara Transit Commission meeting tomorrow afternoon at the Region at 3 o'clock, and there's also a Community Health Care Services Committee meeting tomorrow at 2. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, Your Worship, thank you. The Heritage Committee has a meeting on Wednesday at 1 p.m. at Town Hall. I just don't know which committee. Actually, I believe it's in Committee Room 3, Your Worship.
Any other meetings? Councillor Dubanow, are you up to moving to adjourn?
I'd be happy to. It's well before 11, so this is pretty good. I'd like to move that we adjourn at 10:13 p.m. this evening, Your Worship.
Those in favor? Great. Thank you very much, all. Good meeting.